Hello everyone. My microphone is working, so is my camera. I know you're expecting my usual happy and cheerful self today, but alas, it is just not gonna happen today. Something horrible happened. I had my heart broken. That's right. I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking, wow, he's such a handsome Italian stud, got his heart broken. What hope is there for me? But it happened. Yeah, this morning I woke up to a text. You haven't paid your ChatGPT subscription. Service is suspended. And that was that. No goodbye. No explanation. Nothing. It was just over. Just like that. And on top of that, my stream from yesterday got a copyright claim on it, which means I cannot monetize it. I am losing out on literally millions and millions because I played 5 seconds of the Labubu song. That part is actually not a joke. That actually happened. My fucking stream got a copyright claim, which is not a bad thing, but it did happen. It is a copyright claim because I played the damn Labubu song, so I couldn't monetize it on YouTube. Luckily on Twitch I could, because on Twitch I have ads. On YouTube I don't, so I'm losing out on a grand total of 0. Whichever currency you want. But yes. First copyright claim on this channel is not from the multiple times that I have used Charlie XCX's music for whatever fucking reason. It's because of a Labubu song. So I hope whoever made that pull request to the Linux kernel is happy. And I hope Labubus are happy. They've won. They've won and I've lost. Nothing else to be said about that. Alright. Lucky for me, I have a tiny little shred of common sense that actually prevents me from getting my heart broken by ChatGPT, so that part was a joke. I wish the Labubu part was a joke, but it's not. It literally doesn't affect me in any way, except it happened. It is a thing that happened. That is forever part of my reality, forever part of my story. As insignificant as it might be, me and Labubus are forever linked in that way. So make of that what you will. Thank you to the people who put that in the Linux kernel. I doubt that Linus saw that pull request when he closed it, but I certainly did. And also, that will remain one of the last pull requests, unless they open it again, but I doubt that they will. That Labubu pull request will remain as one of the last pull requests on the Linux kernel on GitHub. Alright, that took forever to open, but it will forever be here. The 4th to last pull request on Linux on GitHub references Labubu Funk. The last one is Silly People Please DM, which is literally somebody asking to be DM'd. New Linux is insecure and needs to be replaced. Files changed to infinity. They just got rid of the whole thing, didn't they? They just got rid of the whole thing. Okay. Oh, can't really see it. Half being kids is a little bit conservative. I feel like they're largely kids. So Linux on GitHub has never been a place where you were supposed to do pull requests. They do pull requests the old-fashioned way through email lists or whatever the fuck. I don't know how it works, but yeah. That's how you do pull requests on Linux. But this is technically a mirror of Linux. But you could still open pull requests until the 22nd of September until a month ago, essentially. So now it just has a bunch of closed pull requests. Should have a facelift. Yeah, actually, they've had for the longest time this bot just responding to all of these pull requests to tell people that this is not how you do a pull request on Linux. And it seems like absolutely none of these are actually serious pull requests. They don't even bother. What the actual fuck is that? I'm not gonna reference what, but Jesus Christ. Alright, we'll just be using the fucking Linux kernel for anything these days. Okay. So. Their intended way of doing pull requests may also be flooded by randoms. I don't even know how you're supposed to do pull requests. But anyway, Labubus are officially in Redacted OS. This Labubu in particular. He does have an underbite, so you see his teeth quite often. They're slightly visible in this picture, but not a whole lot. Why the fuck is he behind me like that? Alright, he saw that I was talking about him, so he's posing for us. Yeah, it's just a picture of a dog, but it is a compressed PNG of a dog, which now works. Amazing. And now my shirt is full of dog hair. Amazing. Love you too, buddy. Don't hit the microphone, please. Yeah, so we have that now. Yeah. Ghost Game pretty much just needs a name at this point. I haven't bothered coming up with a name for it. Okay, it could possibly use another sprite for the damn ghost. It's horrifying. You know what? Shit. No, this is not the right one. This. Alright, the eye color, at the very least, needs to fucking go. And I didn't name any of the layers. So now we have to play... Which layer am I looking for? Alright, this one. Pupils. Alright, what color should we give him? Let's try like a dark brown or black. Yeah, looks good to me. I'm thinking this looks like a great great thing. Oh, there's symmetry mode. It's not quite accurate. Should I just leave its eyes like this? I'm gonna give it a try. It can't be scarier than what we currently have. It is scarier than what we currently have. Holy shit. Yeah, so the game is almost done. I just don't know how to fucking do a sprite of a ghost without it looking absolutely terrifying. Let me try this, maybe like lowering the opacity a little bit. Hey Cosmo, export, 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 export. I didn't change the text back. Which text? All right, that's slightly less terrifying. It's still not. It's still not. No. Does it have HUD reloading? Kind of. AI operating system thing? What AI operating? Wait. This text. All right. It does kind of have HUD reloading. Not really, but somewhat. You don't have to reboot the entire system to install new applications on it. In that sense, yes. Then if you want to have HUD reloading for your app, you can't exactly do that because, well, how do you even implement HUD reloading properly? I honestly have no idea. But I guess you can do it. But you don't have any dynamic library support for the time being, so that's gonna be a problem. This dude is just sitting here. What the fuck? He complains if I move him. Alright, just shut the fuck up. Where was I? Yeah, so you don't need to reboot the system in order to load new applications or anything like that. You should have to reload the application itself. Technically, it's not necessary, but there's nothing in the system to support HUD reloading inside the application itself. That's on you. And there is no dynamic library support, which is probably useful, but that's up for the application to do it. But the answer is partially, in the sense that you can install applications without restarting the entire system. Though I still do it because it takes so little to boot that it's hardly a problem. Even if I remove that text at the beginning, it's even faster. It takes like a second, so it's okay. I find it easier to just close the entire thing. All right. I'm moving you back. Let's go. Come on. Okay, so now I'm covered in doggy hair. Amazing. I should have never picked him up the first time I did that on stream, because now he wants to do that every time. Okay, well, let's just ignore him for the time being. Alright, so the game is there. It doesn't have a fucking name. It doesn't have a fucking name. And I should give it a name. But before I do that, there is one more bug that I need to look into before I can consider the game to be truly fully done. Before I do that, yesterday I was explaining how you can customize the system, and in so doing, I ended up calling it the AI operating system, and I gotta fix that. Because if anyone, a single person, actually believes that that's true, I will cry. Alright, it is no longer the AI operating system. We could even just make it redacted, for that matter. Or or no name on it, you know. You know how it is. Mostly the way you get stuff working is you have to figure out what devices you support, and look at their spec and figure out how to write a driver for them. It's not amazing, but that works. Just don't use Windows QEMU. Is it usable there? Well, just don't use Windows. Windows is unusable. It's not even QEMU's fault. Okay. What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck was that? Okay, well. The bug that the game currently has, I believe it is still happening. Race condition. Yep, it's racist. Is that when their fear gets too high, they kind of just freeze. They don't know what to do. And it kind of just freezes them in place. Well, the difference is my system gets blue screens because it is less than a year old. Windows is older than me. And somehow still gets a blue screen every other day. It is also like made by a little $1 trillion company. They have no excuse, essentially. Wait, I feel like the bug is not happening anymore. This guy's moving around like no problem. But that guy was frozen. This guy feels frozen now. So does this one. They get black screens now. Interesting. Didn't know that. Alright. So I guess it's something else happening. The bug is not what I said it was. That's good, because that would have meant that I fixed the bug and somehow it came back. This means that there's another bug, so that's good. But before that... Nobody's asking you, AI. It's just sadder. Windows is getting rid of the blue screen of death after 40 years. On June 26th. Was that around the time that I uninstalled Windows, maybe? It might have been, actually. And the worst part is they literally just made it the same thing. Oh, this... Your device ran into a problem and needs to restart 0% complete. What is that percentage? They wanted to make Windows more sleek by removing memorable parts of it with less info about the error. What is this? Stopcode driver IRQL not less or equal 0xD1 what failed myfault.sys. Okay. Oh, I hope it works out for you guys. I'm sure it will. Because every change that Microsoft does is notoriously for the best. Oh, I forgot to not lie. Shit. Damn. Oh, what a shame. They're revamping a lot of the internals, moving AV out of the kernel and adding more details to the BSOD or so I've read. This is more details. Again, I would love to know during a kernel panic, what exactly are you completing? Telemetry info, yeah. It's just like, whoa, we didn't record your screen the last 10 seconds because it crashed. Let's try to do it a little bit. Yeah, it's probably a dump, but Jesus Christ. It's not like they'll ever do anything with it. I remember when your apps used to crash and they were like, would you like us to look for a solution online? To this day, I wouldn't know what the fuck they were looking for because that never, ever, ever gave you a solution to the problem. Ever. Because genuinely, what were you even looking for? So I'm assuming this is very similar to that. In that, oh, you know, let us see what information we can steal a little bit from you before we fucking restart your computer. Takes a dump and then sends it to Microsoft. Yeah, but what are they going to do with that? They never fix shit. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like a straight up image of your RAM. They gotta reload the whole OS just to dump the error, then crash, even though it was just reloaded. I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if that was the case. And all that just so then you have to restart. Now, but considering, for example, to get like line number information when you get a crash, you need to run an entirely different program with the dwarf format. That's not what Windows uses, but you know, they've probably used something even worse. They like gotta load their JavaScript to load the error handlers. That's about right. You know, little bit of React Native. Never hurt anyone, except for literally any person with more than 10 IQ, but never hurt anyone else besides that. Yeah, my editor is not configured correctly because it doesn't fucking let me. This file is supposed to have all the configuration information created by Bear. It just doesn't fucking work. So, yeah. I might as well just disable Clang at this point. It's not doing anything. There. I did generate it. I did even 3 times just yesterday on stream, and it just didn't want to work. Also, I said that it's been months and they haven't been able to fix this issue. Oh, literally, this is the repository I was looking. I was saying that, yeah, it's been months and they haven't fixed it, but yeah, they haven't done a release since March, so that's why. Compile commands just doesn't get generated. It's just fucking empty. No idea why. Could be. Maybe one of these has information, but oh well, who the fuck knows. Yeah, on Linux it works. On Mac it just doesn't work. Like, this tool is just broken on Mac, I guess. All right. Yeah, so I want to debug this game real quick before I move on from it entirely, but I do believe today might be the last day of development for it. is not super helpful. All right. It seems like at some point these guys just freeze and they don't work anymore. From the issues in the repo, I saw multiple that had empty compile commands when using cross compilation on macOS. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So let me see. Let me look up for empty. No. Created empty compile file. Okay, let me look at this one. I keep this running a little bit. macOS cross-compiling an ARM project unit using the new GCC compiler. Okay, so exactly what I'm doing. Opened July 2022. Okay, so I said it's been an issue since March because they haven't made a new version, but it's actually been an issue since 2022. Older version of Bear works perfectly in my setup. I don't remember what the version is, but back then it issues Bear XXX instead of Bear Make XXX. I updated it yesterday. Have you read README? Yes. Have you looked into other open issues? Yes. Are you sure that the build works without Bear? Yes. Yeah, you can't really make one operating system that everyone is going to enjoy because that's, you know, preference and stuff. The most common cause for empty outputs is the build command did not execute any commands. That's not the case. Also, the exact same thing works on Linux, so that's not the case. Incremental builds not running the compilers if everything is up to date. Oh, that one could have been a possibility. I'm not entirely sure. Alright, so it's worth doing a clean because I don't remember if I did it yesterday. But I think I'm having a similar issue. Also, the guy's name is Risotto. I found a bug. We'll make a fix on the weekend. That was 2022. There's no problem. It's about that you've been passing the CC applications ARM bin non-GCC to your build system. So Make will use it as the C compiler instead of picking it from the environment. Try this instead. Okay. Sadly, still empty. Yeah, the solution he gave didn't seem exactly like the most reliable one. The problem can be reproduced. Oh my god, I fucking hate reading issues. What have I done? I'm debugging a game while, well, I'm trying to reproduce an issue in a game. Which, is it? No, they're still moving. Yeah, they're still moving around. While looking into how to get Clang to work correctly. And Clang is being a clanger. Alright, so they're still working. Good to know. Oh, I was saying, I really hate reading issues because the default from the maintainer is to assume that you're doing something wrong and that it isn't a bug. Yeah, so I have a feeling that we're not going to find a solution to this because this is from 2022 and it's still happening in 2025. And also the solution that the guy gives is just call it with this, which seems like it's not helping. Should you switch from Windows to Linux? Yes. All right. Might be worth. Oh, that was weird. But okay, it runs fine. The game is working fine. I'm pretty sure the second I start scaring them, it's gonna be weird. So I got a little bit scared. Not really building the OS just to play a game. Built the game for the OS, but I'm also building the OS just in general. Mostly doing OS development these days, but there's one bug that I need to finish the game. Also, I need to give it a name, which it doesn't have. So I should probably come up with that. I'm just gonna call it ghosting if I don't come up with a better name for it. Okay, are you guys frozen now? Okay, last one is 36. Boop. No, wait. Boop. Okay, we're gonna make clean. And CC with, and not sure why the ARM new toolchain is put here. It's so stupid. That. And then bear, not berk, dash dash make dash b. Did that work? No. Of course not. Because it's not an actual fucking solution. Yeah, they're all frozen now. So, interesting. It does have to do with them being scared, but I don't understand what the problem is besides that. It wants you to remove defining CC in the make file. I didn't even notice. But in that case, I already have CC defined. Like, why is that a problem? It's literally the exact same thing too. Oh, but it doesn't have the full path, I guess. Oh shit, it worked. Holy hell. It is a silly solution. Alright, let's bring the clanger back. Holy fuck, it works. Holy shit, it works. Oh. Alright, all I had to do was just change my make file because I'm defining something that they don't like. Cool. Well, that sucks. I'm assuming also another possibility is to just define this with an absolute path instead of just a path to CC. Just a command name. An actual full file path, maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, that fucking worked. Hold on, let me do the same thing for the operating system, because, yeah. Lucky for me, there's this common And I can just, because there's a bunch of make files. There's not just one, there's like 4. But they all use the common.mk, so I can just do this. And I can just copy this. Paste it. Well, actually, I can copy the entire command. Well, I should have made clean. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Alright, it's gonna take a while. But compile commands, actually, I do have it because I copied it and just manually changed all of these myself. But it didn't fucking work. Does your make use more than one thread? Not when I run it through Bear. Maybe you can do it, I don't know. But I get the feeling that that didn't actually work, because it didn't work. Yes, it did not work. Let me see if I just... what did I press to do that? F11. Okay. Let's try it with multiple threads. Yeah, it seems to work. Compile commands gets generated. And the clanger isn't fully picking it up though. It still has errors. What is on Linux? It doesn't. And now it doesn't. I guess I just needed to restart it. No, maybe it still does. I don't know. Yeah, no, we're good. What are we complaining about here, Clang? I do have some arguments on my other one, on my Linux computer, which I don't have on this one. And those are not part of the compile commands. They're actually part of the configuration. Maybe I copied them over to my laptop and I can see them, but if not, I guess I'll just have to figure that part out some other time. Oh, here they are. Okay. The commands are bada bing, bada boom. Are these the Clang settings? Settings. These are. Okay. All scopes completion. That's uno. Also has the same issue with CXX. That's probably, yeah. That's probably right. Header insertion equal never. That one is particularly painful when you're developing without system headers. It keeps inserting system headers. Compile commands dir equal this. Though I don't think that one was necessary. All right. Cool. But yes, it might have the same issue with CXX, but do I need to define it? Or can I just do... Can I do this? I wonder. Will this work? Not sure on the syntax of it. No. Because well, shit, obviously fucking not. It's actually supposed to be like this. Again, not sure on the syntax of it, but we can try it. But this is not a command anymore. Elf, there we go. No, that doesn't work. I think it replaces C, C, and CXX. And defining it yourself is overriding that. Yeah, but maybe the syntax of this is entirely wrong, but if you do it right, it should give you the path. Yeah, no, that's just entirely wrong. Because this one should give you that. But okay, never mind. Let's not do it like that. Let's undo that. We can just comment these out real quick and run it with make clean. Run it with CC defined as this. This. Damn it. I hate the terminal. Okay, CXX is, funnily enough, the exact same thing, but with G++, like that. Then bear make B J8. Okay. Now if we go to the RAM FB GPU, it... Hold up. There should be a restart button, isn't there? Apparently not. No, it's still not there. Oh yeah, Control Shift P, which I'm assuming is Command Shift P, yeah. Yeah, that didn't work. All right, we got closer to having it work without needing to copy it off of Linux. It is very much a bug. Despite the usual issue response of, oh, you just have to do it this other way. If it works out of the box in Linux and it doesn't work out of the box on Mac, it's a bug on Mac. Okay, at least it works. Somewhat. The second part didn't work, but yeah, the first part did. I can actually look at what it compiled. GCC, 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 GCC. Did it do G++? No, it is here. So, I mean, yes, it is here. It is using it for these CPP files. So what about RAMFB? Which is the one I'm looking at. According to this, compiled with G++. So What's your damn problem? Well, whatever. It's more than we had, what, 10 minutes ago, so I'll take it. All right, I really want to finish this. Which... I gotta remember how the AI system works on this game to remember why, to realize why it may not be working properly. Essentially, it looks like when people are scared, they just don't do anything. And again, I believe it's because they're probably trying to do an activity that they're not able to do. So I can try to do this. No, this, I believe, is the correct syntax. To confirm if it's what I think. What the fuck did I do? I broke the entire thing. Does this compile? This compiles, okay. So clearly, here I just broke the hell out of it. Does this compile? This should compile, by all means. It does. But then the syntax for... Did I write name or need before? I may have written name. That would have been wrong. Hey, Stony. Yeah, alright, get scared, everybody. Alright, I kind of gotta look at the terminal to see what's going on, too. When they eventually start failing. Because they're, what I'm assuming is, too scared to do anything. Shit. On the table. Alright, I thought these guys were frozen, but they're not. So far, no one's actually failing. They tried to go to the previous position of the object. See, that worries me because there's... Literally, I'm moving the entire object. But they've already determined where the object is, so if I move it after that point, they don't really... Alright. Are they frozen now? I'm not seeing a single one of them move. And yet... What the fuck are you doing there, bro? How did you get there? You're not supposed to do that. Get off the counter. Yeah, I guess he was trying to go to the fridge that was here. But yeah, they're all frozen at the exact same time. And the log didn't actually trigger. Okay, so it's not what I thought at all. Part 2, because this is already the second time it's not what I thought at all. Come on, it's the last bug. After this one, it's done. And I'm officially calling the game ghosting. I don't care. Or ghosted. I don't know. It's the final bug fix. Except I don't even remember what I'm looking for is. Okay, I do know how to look for it. This shit. Okay, show me that. There still need to be lots of polish, yes, but we have a total of like 3 streams left to work on this, so... Alright, again. Not helpful if I can't see the terminal. Why are you all watching TV at the same time? Alright, let them do whatever they want. Come on, man. I've chosen you as my victim here, green guy. Is this Terry reincarnated? Some have claimed I am his son. And by some, I mean me on my Discord. Besides that, no one else, but you never know. Are you frozen now? They're frozen. Alright, they all freeze at the same time, and none of the logs have helped me in the slightest. Alright, it's time to have only one of them. No, wait, hold on. I can do logs for just one guy. I forgot I can do that. So when I create a bedroom, I can create a human. When I create a human, I can... Oh, I'm already doing that. I already have one entity that I can follow. And I can log for. And... Alright, so that's worth looking into. Hmm. Alright, you know what? I want to debug this a lot faster than it's currently going, so... Fuck it. Get terrified. I'm assuming they're gonna get scared really, really fast now. So fast that it crashes the entire system even. God, I hate when that happens. The funniest thing is, it's not the... Bro? I don't think it's even the process crashing the system. I think it's the crash handler crashing the system. Oh, no. It actually scares them too fast. Yeah. That's way too fast. And yet... Well, hold on. It works, but... If I don't... If I scare them too fast, they leave. It ends up being too... There's a chance that I'm scaring away the one guy that I'm trying to debug, which is actually this guy. Because he's the first one created, so... Alright, I need you scared, but not terrified. Alright, that's good. Let me see what's happening to you now. He's choosing a new goal. What the fuck? There's an ad starting soon on Twitch, but because I'm just doing this kind of boring debugging stuff, I'm gonna try to not... I mean, I'm not gonna pause for that. So it isn't related to fear then. This guy appears stuck. He's not moving. I mean, he's definitely stuck now. Alright, so is it related to an object being possessed when they are using it? That makes them stuck. I think so. I think that's what it is. Okay. Alright. Okay, so for debugging this one then, I'm going to want to only create one bedroom. Instead of the 6 that I'm currently creating, I'm only going to create one, which is only going to create one person. And then I'm going to try to replicate the same error again. Does bear work without removing them? Let me try in a minute. Alright, you. Were you trying to use the bed? Alright, not anymore, buddy. Not anymore. You are now scared of the bed. Sadly, though, the bed takes 15 seconds. They stay in the bed, standing next to it, essentially, for 15 seconds, and no! God damn it. Right, maybe he wasn't using the bed yet. And the point of having just one guy is that I can just chase him. And see what he does. Alright, you're gonna use the fridge, right? Okay, use the fridge, buddy. Use the fridge. Go for it. You're using the fridge, right? So that's not the bug either. Alright, you're gonna use the TV now? Alright, you're using the TV, right? You're using it right now? Yeah? What if I do this? What if I do this? What if I do this? Okay, that may have done it. He's not moving anymore. I think. I gotta try again. Alright, he's going to the TV. And I'm gonna be in the TV waiting for him. That didn't work. Alright, he's going to the fridge now. Alright. Do you move? This is impossible to debug. Jesus Christ. I can't understand what conditions are triggering this bug. Alright, moving the bed before you even get to it, buddy. Alright, you never made it to the bed, right? Because the bed is not actually there. Is that the bug? Again, sadly I tested this with the bed, which takes 15 seconds for them to use it. So we're gonna be here for a while. And then I gotta try that CCCXX fix. Maybe that'll do it. Genuinely cannot tell if he's stuck or we're still in a grace period. That may be it. That may be it. He's trying to go to the bed, but then the bed is not actually in that location. And if that's the case... Where's the using smart object thing? Where's the activity that makes you actually use the smart object? This one, simple action system. We look for a current activity. If the activity is not active, we return, which may not be correct. But maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. And maybe here we need to reset before we return. Alright, but before I do that, I want to test it one more time. I'm gonna move the object that he's going to before he actually gets to it. I gotta anticipate his moves. It's gonna be really difficult. I gotta get in the mind of the enemy. Think like him. Think like a nugget. Maybe he's going to eat TV. What? No. He's going to eat at the fridge. He's not gonna eat TV. Oh shit, I left the object where it was. That wasn't supposed to be like that. Alright. I may have fucked it up. Okay, please go to the TV. Okay, he's going to the TV. Alright, so before you get to the TV, I'm taking it. I'm putting it here. Alright, are you stuck now? For fuck's sake. That's not it either. Damn. Alright, what if I scare him in the process? Is that gonna fix anything? And by fix, I mean break. It's always with the bat. No, hold on. It said choosing new goal. And now he's stuck. So it is related to the amount of fear that he has. I genuinely don't understand what's happening anymore. Because whenever I feel like I've figured out the conditions that caused this bug, they change. All right. I'm gonna have to print. It's gonna be a little weird. And then max need. Print that. Oh, shit. There, print that. And then here, print the actual max need. That's this. And it's going to tell us which one it is. Okay, so I think I need to scare him quite a lot for it to trigger. Luckily, that's somewhat easy to do. All right, that should be enough to scare him. What's gonna happen now? He's picked max need 0, which is fear. It's fear. So he picked fear to be the first thing that he handles. And then there's that system, the simple action system, right? Right here. Which tries to do something if you are scared. And either this is failing, or, well, no, we never even get in this system, because this is not actually a thing. I'm pretty sure this is actually wrong, now that I think about it. And the print that I expected to print before isn't actually printing, which might explain why it fails at the end of the day. So maybe I need to look into this one and make sure that the conditions are correct. We can either be in here, call the action, then break with found equal true. If not found, there is a fallback. Otherwise, there is the action. So one of them should be getting triggered. One of you should work. One of these two prints should work. And should tell us what's causing the issue. All right. Wait, might need to clean just in case. Okay. So again, I messed up with the prints and I'm not sure how. Either this one or this one. One of you is messed up. No. Both. And also this. Oh shit, I forgot the, okay. I forgot the escape sequence in that one, okay. Then I gotta bring these back. Fix this one. Does it compile now? Yes. Okay. So he's going for entertainment. Now that's the cool thing, it actually tells me what he's gonna do. And as he approaches, I'm just going to slam the TV down on the floor a bunch of times, and that's gonna scare him. Hopefully well enough to tell us what the issue is. Okay, choosing new goal. He picked the need fear, and then nothing is happening. It doesn't even get to these two prints. Did I? there is a system created, so yeah, there's no object to find fear, but the system should have the fallback. This one should have been called. But the system... Wait, okay, hold on. Just before I go any further. This expands to... Hold on, if it doesn't compile, it doesn't expand to anything. How does this print not work, but this one does? Wait, is that a comma or a period? That's a period. That's why it doesn't work. Okay. So the question is, when you create the seek find system, are you registering it? Yes. So the system should exist. Okay. He's going for hunger. But again, he won't find the fridge there. Come on, man, get scared faster. Alright, that's enough. Entertainment? That's your highest need right now? Aren't you just terrified, bro? I'm sorry, your fucking fridge was floating while you were using it and you're not terrified? I guess you were like, I better go watch TV, that's more important than debugging this game. Alright, here we are again. He, again, tried to activate actual max need 0, which is fear. But it doesn't do this. It doesn't try to activate fear, so it doesn't even get to the query. Okay, so there's a missing link somewhere. I just don't know what it is. Here, it has determined that it needs to activate the fear need, which is need 0. We don't even have the name of it because we're not inside a macro. Then it picked up on this triggered add thing, which is actually handled by this trigger system. Is this here? Is that system registered? What are those systems called? They're called the component trigger system. Fear trigger system. It is registered. It should be getting called. So that should create a tag, which is this trigger tag. In our case, it is calm down. When that tag is added, Oh shit, okay. I was looking for the wrong tag, wasn't I? Okay, what are we doing, buddy? Going for hunger. Alright, come downstairs. Look at the TV. I mean, look at the table. It is just... Okay, now look at the fridge, buddy. Alright. He should be scared enough. Sleep? He chose to go to sleep. Sure, man. He chose to go to sleep. Okay. Alright, so now he's gonna be sleeping, and I believe that's gonna take 15 seconds. That TV looks kind of made of wood. It is made of wood. But wait, which TV? I don't think we've seen the TV. Now he wants entertainment. Bro! Hello? Why is he prioritizing everything except for sleep? I mean, for fear. Unless it's fixed. Oh, I said TV for table. Okay, no, the TV is actually made out of wood too, so I was confused as to what you meant. Did not find new goal. Okay. And then it goes to find another one. Okay, it's fixed. Jesus. All of that because one tag was wrong. Makes sense. Makes sense. This and this need to have the same tag. Got it. All right. Bug fixed. But of course I have to test it with all of them. So let's just bring them all back. That's step number 1. This is the fix. Oh, did I not? Actually update the... Hold on. Let me do that. Okay. The actual fix is here. Let's see how it works with all of them now. Then I'm gonna take a 5-minute break because my laundry is done and I want to hang it up. And it's been done for about 5 minutes. I should have done that during the ad break, but I didn't pause during the ad break. The funny thing is they all got stuck at the same time, but kind of get it. Actually, I don't think it even was at the same time. It just so happens that like fear happens really quickly. Or yeah, they all get scared at the same time, kind of. 2-second fix turned into multiple days. Because I didn't actually bother. It was so hard to debug it. At the end, my first assumption on what the bug was actually correct. But the entire time, you're not stuck, are you? No, he's not. Oh, thank God. It's fixed. All right, I'm singling you out, buddy. Oh, you want the fridge? Oh, you want the fridge? Nah, you're leaving. You're leaving, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. All of you leave. Leave my fucking home. Damn it. I said leave. Why are they walking backwards? What? 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 Oh, because their sprite is... Oh. Okay, I know what you mean now. Alright, just one guy left. Let me just get rid of him real quick. When they're running out of fear, yeah, they don't update their lookat. So they just end up walking in whatever direction they were facing at before, which just happens to be backwards. Alright, we can update that. Just gotta get rid of this. I'm gonna keep this for testing a little bit longer. But if I'm not mistaken, Terrified. Here. All right, let's see now. Wait, I could have even made them more scared. Test it in just one fell swoop. That would be easiest way to do it. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here. Fuck it. Scooby and Shaggy levels of fear. Okay, part 1 is working. Part 2, I'm pretty sure that the direction. Yeah. I did it here directly. So I need a reference to their sprite. Which I can get like this. And then this. It's always going to be negative, but whatever. All right, buddy. Isn't that fucking terrifying? No, it isn't? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? That's terrifying. I don't care what you say. All right, there we go. Now they turn around. And they do leave through here, which you can imply is them... Oh, that wasn't supposed to be visible. You're not supposed to see outside of that area. They do leave through whatever floor they're currently on, which means that they are essentially just jumping out the window. But, oh well. Say la vie. Yes, PNG is work. 1 second, please. Yes, PNG is working, even the compressed one. There it is. That's a compressed PNG. All right. There is one more fix No, they can't fly. You can imply that they're jumping out the window and then just falling to their deaths. If I ever add sound effects, I can do a little type of sound effect. But for the time being, it's up to your imagination to imagine them dying. Horrible, horrible deaths. Okay, what else did I have to do? I just remember. Yes, okay. When they are invisible. Here. This pretty much. If they're terrified, we want to make them invisible once they are outside of the bounds of the game. Because right now, they the bounds of the game are a little bit bigger than the rooms, so that kind of makes them visible in the area where they're not supposed to be. So we can even do a very simple check if we need their transform. Bada bing. If transform position, clearly not position, transform location X is less than 0, I believe, then we have to get their sprite. Well, we can do it directly. Their sprite turns invisible. We can no longer see them. The debug bars above their heads still appear, but they're debugging things. They're not really supposed to be seen past, you know, in the actual game. They're not supposed to be there. So, all right, let's see. Let's follow him. Look at the ghost. What a psychopath. Look at that face. All right. That's fixed too. Okay. So. There's number 1. And this part doesn't make it into the game. This does, this does, this does, this does, this does, this does not. Now let me see if it compiles after removing that stuff. It does. Amazing. Removed. That's it. Removed. No. Yeah, I know they disappear before going through the wall because they're not clipping through, or they're not going like behind the wall or like properly clipping. But yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Can I run an ad in the meantime? Should be fine, yeah. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And since the game is nearly done, I'm going to work a little bit on app packaging. So on the .red format for apps. Because currently it's just a resources folder and an elf. We could use a little bit of, you know, useful information for your package, your app version and whatnot. So I believe I'm going to work on that. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, we're back. And with that little break, a lot of really good things happened. Number one, uh, but it's 1 hour and 17 minutes of uninterrupted streaming with no ads. I got chores done. I'm always afraid that my laundry's gonna smell if I don't take it out of the laundry machine like immediately after it's done. Even though that pretty much only happened once. Never again, but it did happen, so now I'm just scared that it's gonna happen again. And also, I ran into a very famous rapper in my living room. Eminem. So now I have a snack. All you need to do is open the door. Yeah, it probably just happened one time that I didn't do that, and then I was just scared that it would happen again. I feel like it's gonna smell more if you leave it there to dry, or like, I don't know, yeah, whatever. It's my own superstitions. All right. Damn it, I didn't mean to hit the microphone with that. Okay. So, game is mostly done. You have a washer-dryer combo. Now, in Europe, that's a rare sight. Well, I used to have one in the previous apartment I was living in before this one. Except one time. Actually, that apartment, like, all their appliances constantly malfunctioned. So one time the washer-dryer malfunctioned and boiled my clothes. So that was a fun one. Anyway. The game is working. However, before I make it available, before I consider it done, well, what the damn dog doing? I think he's trying to get in. Hold on. Jester? Come. Come. Boiled clothes, the best food. Yeah. I did my laundry and dinner at the same time that day. I was really fucking happy. Also, when I contacted like it was owned by a landlord, but they were working through an agency, so I contacted them to tell them that my dryer like boiled my clothes, and they sent someone to look at it. And he looked at it for about 2 minutes and said, "It's because you left a bra inside of the washer and it like got stuck in between. Now it was also making like a really loud noise." And he said that it's because I left a bra and then the wire got inside of the machine. Tiny issue. Don't know if you can tell, but I don't really need a bra. I'm not exactly the kind of person that needs a bra, and I'm not one to wash other people's bras. So I was a little bit shocked to find out that I apparently left a bra inside my washer and flat like an ironing board. Sadly. But yeah. Turns out I don't wear bras, so I was really surprised to hear that I was washing one and I broke the washing machine, and then I got a threatening email from the agency saying that next time that you waste our resources by breaking appliances and then making us pay for it, like not really like that, but like they were like, yeah, we're gonna make you pay for it. Maybe the dog. Oh shit! Hold on. He actually has like a lot of nipples, so maybe. Clearly, you had a woman live in your walls using your washer. That's the only reasonable explanation for that. How you doing? Do you wear bras? It's okay. I'm okay with that if you wear brass, but you need to tell me. Why are you shaking? What is wrong with you? A ghost. Oh, that could be topical. All right. Hold on. All right. This goddamn dog. Sorry, it's mine. Bro's just trying to get a free bra. It did break, allegedly. The non-existent bra did break and caused my washer to make a loud noise and boil my clothes. Both of those things. So, yeah. You know how it is. Alright. So, like I said, the game is done-ish, but doesn't have a name. I think I'm gonna call it Ghosted, which is what the game is gonna be after October 31st, because I'm not thinking I'm going back to fix it, or to finish it, or to polish it. A stock washer always makes the water even warmer. Could have been a previous tenant. I had been living in that apartment for about a year at that point, so that would be really surprising. The reason it boiled my clothes is that it didn't drain the water before starting the dryer. So next thing you know, I'm making t-shirt soup. And bra soup, apparently. Alright, no, hold on. No, I gotta put a limit to this. Get off me. If you're gonna be doing that, and then you're gonna be complaining the second I move, I'm sorry, but I'm revoking your lapdog privileges. Okay, like I said, game is done, but I think it could be useful to have a name, because right now the name of the executable is taken from the name of the folder for the project. Could only have gotten stuck after a year. I guess that could be a reasonable explanation. But to be fair, if it had been a bra wire, I feel like the guy would have at least found it. But he came in empty-handed and he left empty-handed. Like, that's the thing. It could have easily been something that I actually got stuck in there for all I know, but he's just like, yeah, it's a bra. I'm like, is it? Is a bra? I'm like, could it be something? It's a bra. It's a bra. He was insistent that it was a bra. Also, when I moved out of that apartment, when I was moving my furniture out, I did like slightly damage one of the walls, and then I had drilled holes in some of the walls, and I covered them, but they looked a little bit different. So they tried to not give me back my security deposit, the entire thing, because they said that I needed to pay for the walls to be repainted. It's incredible that you've left the walls in this state after just 1 year of living there. They made it look like I was like... I'm not even gonna say what I was smearing on the walls according to them. I don't know. They made it sound really bad. But yeah, they were like, yeah, so we're not gonna give you your security deposit because we need to paint like a section of the wall. And I was like, oh really? Can you send me like the bill? Because I know that it wasn't the price of the entire security deposit, which was like a month's rent. You're not paying that much to paint one wall. So they took forever to send me that bill. And every time I was like, okay, just send me the bill. And they were like, dude, the next tenant needs to move in. And we can't have him move in until you pay for this. So please just accept that you have to pay for this. I'm like, okay, send me the bill. Yeah, but you need to understand that because you damaged the walls, you need to pay for this. send me the bill. They just didn't want to send me the bill. Eventually, they sent me the bill. It was a WhatsApp conversation with the same bra guy, like the same guy that came to fix the wall, the dryer, the guy who works for them. He's on their payroll. It was a WhatsApp message from him saying, bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and the entrance area. By the way, this was like a 1-bedroom apartment, and the rest was like open area. So it was like 3 walls total, the entire apartment. But yeah, he was listing all of those things as if he needed to paint them. The bathroom and kitchen were tile, so I'm not sure what exactly he was planning on painting there. And the total came up to just about the same amount as my security deposit. And I was like, you're seriously sending me this via email? You're leaving a paper trail of this. Needless to say, I ended up not paying for that and getting my security deposit back after they had 30 days to return it legally, so I received it on the 30th day. But oh well. And then, of course, the entire time they were complaining because I wasn't allowing the new tenant to move in. Like it's my fault that I'm not letting you scam me. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So, could be useful to have some kind of information for our program. Version number, author, program name, eventually even an icon for it, because everyone knows that my game is iconic, but not right now, because I don't want to design one. And also, if I change the way that the launcher looks, I'm probably going to change the way that the icons look, so I'm not going to bother with that. But version number, author, and name should be a thing. My landlord ghosting me for months after warning them about a tiny water leak in my bathroom wall. When the wall started turning black and moldy, I just called the service myself and sent my landlord a bill. Since they're required to pay, Dumbass could have saved money by simply not trying to avoid the issue, right? Actually, I joked earlier that I woke up this morning being broken up with by ChatGPT, but waking up to a text saying that. But actually, I woke up to a text from my landlady asking me when I paid my water bill, because I don't even know. I didn't even respond, to be honest, because earlier this month, this lady messaged me again, just saying like, here's your, not even like, she just sent me a number. She was just like, here, pay me this. It's for the water bill. And I'm like, ma'am, you should send me the water bill so I can look at it. Because she receives it and then forwards it to us. She also owns the entire building. So I was like, okay, maybe I missed the water bill. Maybe she sent it to me and I didn't pay for it. Maybe I'm late. That's why she's messaging me. So I look for it. She hasn't sent it to me. I'm just like, can you send me the bill? And she's like, why would I do that? So I can look at it. I'm telling you the amount. And I'm like, I actually wasn't even sure that it was her. I was like, maybe they like just like cloned her phone number and now are trying to scam me out of like $20. I don't know. But no, it actually was her. And she was like, yeah, I never send you the bill. Why would I send you the bill? I'm like, you've never texted me about the water bill before. How have I been paying for it if you never showed it to me? And this was a back and forth that lasted literally 2 days via message. And at some point I was just like, yeah, I'm expecting to see the water bill. She kept insisting that she never sent me one. So I went, I looked for a picture of the water bill that I sent my old roommate, sent her that, and I was like, this is what I'm expecting you to send me. She took like a day. Eventually she sent it to me. She kept insisting that she never does this, even though I had sent her proof that she does. Eventually I paid the water bill, and today I wake up to a message asking me, when did you pay the water bill? And I'm sure tomorrow I'm gonna run into her and she's gonna ask me in person. Because that happened the first time around. It's gonna happen again, 100%. But yeah, easier to just ignore it at this point. Landlords are bored, not great people. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is this, essentially, which gives you, she is like 80 something. Also, a lot of the times I would find like my neighbor's bills in my mailbox, because she comes in and she gives them to us like manually. She comes to the building and puts it in her mailbox. But I would find like my neighbor's bills. So if you just text me a number, I don't know if that's actually mine. I don't know if you made a mistake, which you often do. So I'm very much want to see the bill. But yeah, apparently she forgot her meds. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do something like, I don't know about extensions or bundle type or any of this stuff. But what did I even open, by the way? What application is this? This is Chess. Okay. Okay, so this is the app name, an identifier that's unique, a version number. At the very least, I want this. And then you can add more information to it. Eventually, you might even need to declare what features your system uses, whether it's in the same file or in a different one. I don't know yet, but yeah, you'll have to declare that. Like if you need access to the entire file system, if you need what permissions? Pretty much that's it for features that we have. But if I ever add like a camera, that's a thing. Microphone, that's a thing. Because we don't want you to be spied on. So you'll have to declare and ask permission to use those things. But for the time being, version number, game, and identifier. I'm going to ask myself a question that I feel like a lot of developers should ask themselves because they don't do this. What's the simplest way of doing this? Because let me tell you, a fucking XML file is not the simplest way to do this. So I feel like, you know, we could benefit from asking ourselves these questions every once in a while. What is the easiest way to do this? There's a Tummel. It might just be the easiest one. JSON is definitely not. The question, of course, is what's the easiest way to parse this? JSON and XML are not the easiest to parse, especially XML, but JSON also. So, could be, what is this? New grub. There's ini, there's Tummel. I've never heard of UCL, and then there's YAML, which I used to pronounce as YML, but turns out it's YAML. YAML is very similar to, I actually have some YAML files. Most likely in the OS or GitHub configuration. Yeah. It's not awful. It's a good option, to be honest, because it allows nesting. Not sure that I need nesting for this, but maybe. There is Tom's obvious minimal language. I have to admit, that's a pretty compelling name. YAML is a recursive acronym, is it? It was originally yet another markup language. It was then repurposed between December 2001 and April 2002 as YAML Ain't Markup Language, a recursive acronym. Interesting. And I love that it went from being a markup language to not a markup language. Okay. Oh shit. Eminem has fallen over. Alright, so there's Tom. This one's probably the easiest one. By all means. Because, yeah, this is literally the entire language. And it might do. Alright, so let me work backwards. Start by creating the file. And then the parser for the file. Does it have an associated? Not really. Not a specific format. Properties is easier. It's just name value. Yeah, this is pretty much the same thing. The only difference is the white space, which for that matter, we don't have to make a fully spec compliant parser right now. I'm assuming the website has a spec, yes. It has a simple explanation here on top, which is pretty good, pretty easy. Yeah, it does have even nested stuff, which properties doesn't have, but we don't really need it. For that matter, I don't even know what an ini file looks like. Or maybe I do. It looks very similar, actually. So yes, I do. Yeah, I probably modified some games ini files at some point or another. It's stricter when it comes to new lines and indentation, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Any other interesting formats? I don't want to know what a queue is. It doesn't have a Wikipedia page, so we'll just ignore it. Oh, there's sys, I guess, for... Doesn't Windows also use it? Because when we were looking at the black screen of death, it was crashing at a .sys file, which is a configuration file. How the fuck do you even crash there? Bro. Properties, actually mainly used in Java. Right, it does have white space, actually. Interesting. Well, we're going for this. Okay. We're not going to implement arrays for that matter. Literally, it's just going to be this. want to see if there's a formatter on VS Code. Why can't I install this? What's wrong with it? Can you show me the damn dialog? Deprecated. Use even better TOML. Is that the Rust crap? Yeah. Okay. And it detected it as TOML. I'm not sure on the pronunciation of it while I'm at it. I'm assuming it's just TOML. Because this guy just straight up called it after himself. I love that the name for Linux is that he actually wanted to come up with a completely different name, and then someone, without asking Linus, renamed the project to Linux. And then this guy's just like, my name's Tom, so my format's name is Tom. Fuck it. Alright. If I'm not mistaken, it's not even necessary. No, we don't even need this. I just want to see if it works for file formatting. It does. Cool. Okay. So your info.toml file for a redacted OS package starts with obevo9b, and then you have to define a prburn value, and then that's it. That's all you need. All right. Realistically, though. Let's do app name. I built a system at my job called the General Information Library, bringing every resource together. Or Gilberto. No, actually Gilbert. Without the O. Unless you include together. All right. App version. We can write whatever we want in here. It's a string. So you can write that. And author? I couldn't care less. Okay, you know what? Yes, I'm including app author. And they're not really needed. You know what? I'll keep it like this, because this is for this game only. Then I have the template in which I'm going to have to make these changes as well. And there it's gonna be necessary. Okay. We're going to copy the info.toml to exec name.red. No tables. Not in this one. It's literally just a game name and a version number. In the template, I'm gonna include like more information, even though I'm not gonna create a parser for it today. Okay, do you work? You work! Okay, do I want to keep the TOML extension on it? There's an important decision, because it'll be this way for all my projects. All the projects for the entire system. Let's call it actually package.info. Okay, that's better. And then we need to create a parser for it. And we're going to be working inside the OS. If I'm not mistaken, we should have our game copied over. It is there. Good. And we should be able to fs redOS user package.info. Which has that information in it. Perfect. Okay. So we can start working on the OS. In process, loading dwarf.c, elf.file, and packageinfo.h. It's going to be pragma once. It's going to include types.h. And it is going to provide a structure. Game wants to stop you from progressing at all costs. That feels that way sometimes. Okay. So this structure won't actually just be used to parse a package.info file and give you that information. It's also going to be used to parse other types of executables, such as simple like command line executables, like the .elf itself. That's a Mac file, but you know what I mean. Because right now there is the cat command is literally a kernel process. That doesn't make any sense. It's just that I don't have any way to load just an elf file that isn't packaged as an app. So that will be necessary, and once I have that, I'll be able to move this one. Someone actually made a pull request for ping, if I'm not mistaken. Ping, traceroute, refactor ICMP, and optimize network dispatch. All right, but the ping should be added, as I actually haven't looked at this pull request. But bin ping.c and traceroute.c and .h. So right now the exec syscall, which executes other commands, can literally only execute things that are inside of here and execute them from within the kernel as a kernel process. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, and it means that you can't have third-party command line apps. So I'll need to support that soon. And in order to represent these packages at some point or another, well, this is how it's going to be done. With a package info. Although I'm not sure that it's going to be needed for command lines, so maybe let's not over-engineer this. Let's just do it for what I needed and expand it when I need it to be something else. Is there elf loaded that visibly doesn't want to load elf in the right way? That's about right. Okay. A package has a name, a package has an author, and a package has a version. Easy. Void. Parse package. The fuck did I do? Package info with this information. Okay, that's how we're gonna package. That's how we're gonna parse it. So we're gonna create a package info.c. It is going to include the .h or the hi, apparently. And it is going to here parse that information. So this is where the parser is gonna be. Wait, it doesn't return a void. It returns a package info. That's the entire point of creating this thing. All right. I'm gonna do the external connection first, which is looking for a package.info, passing it to this function, and then actually implementing the function. Since that right now is in kernel processes, Windows Launcher. Interestingly enough, the launcher already uses a launch entry. Which I could use this instead. Let me see, what does it do right now? It adds an entry. It adds an entire path for the .elf file, I believe. No. For just the package itself. Okay, well. It's going to include it here. Done. Infup. There we go. That. Am I not freeing these strings anywhere? I am not. Good to know. Good to know. Might need to refactor this whole thing. Also, this list of strings is not being used anywhere. Not being freed anywhere. But okay. To do. Refactor. Free strings. Is there a string append? That's not it. The full path we have to attach a string from literal dash package.info. That way we get our package. And okay, we're going to use this get package info function that's going to return the package if it exists. And so it is going to be passed in here as well. Need to update a bunch of function signatures. I hate doing this in C++, to be honest. And this is why I'm starting to hate C++ more and more and more and more and more. Okay. That should give us the package info. Add two more. Two more what? Pluses? Make it C++++? Yeah, that's C#, essentially. And it's not, it's a little bit better. It's not a whole lot better. But you don't have to declare all your functions twice, so. Is it? I'm pretty sure C# was created to be C++++. No, they did not. Microsoft had considered keeping the name cool. Nothing about Microsoft is cool. They chose not to do it for trademark reasons, because they're not cool. Then they announced that it had been renamed C# and the class libraries and ASP.NET Runtime were ported to C#. At the very least, they didn't call it Objective-C. Who created that horrible, horrible language? Was created... Wait, what? It was created mainly by Brad Cox and Tom Love in the early 1980s at their company Productivity Products International, which Productivity Products, already an amazing name. But then that points to Next, so I'm assuming they got bought out by Next and they were never relevant enough to not be Next, but Next licensed Objective-C from them. Oh, but it became Stepstone at some point. Their company should have been called Lovecock. I thought that, I just didn't want to say it. But yeah. They could have called the programming language that. Yeah, I'm a Lovecox programmer. Yeah. It's amazing that this is from 1988. And it's not that I didn't want to say it. I ended up reading your message out loud, to be fair. So. This is from 1988, and yet these AppKit and Foundation, they're still called the exact same thing. Like, the AppKit is the UI and runtime library for Mac. Then there's UIKit, which is the one for iOS. And then there's Swift UI, which replaces both of them. But AppKit is still around. And Foundation is very much still around. Although Foundation Kit is Objective-C framework in the OpenStep specification, it is also part of Cocoa and the Swift standard library. Yeah, they're still around. Also, a lot of classes in even Swift nowadays, now that it's like Apple, still use this NS, like NS object, NS string. That comes from next step object, next step string. That is, yeah, quite insane. 37 years, yeah. Interesting. I didn't know there was a Swift Foundation. App Portable Foundation is an implementation of Foundation based on Apple's CF Lite release. It works on Android and other Linux systems. Makes up part of the Darling macOS translation layer for Linux. I didn't know this. You mean I can develop Linux apps without pulling my hair out? Damn. But to be fair, to say in the in the tech field, not really. Yesterday I was complaining about backwards compatibility so much. Fuck Objective-C and C++ CLI. Thanks to them, the C++ 26 reflection syntax is going to look even worse. They didn't want to break their syntax. And then itclown. What in the fuck am I even looking at here? I am lost. Creates a reflection value from its operand. Okay. Splicer creates a grammatical element from a reflection value. What the fuck does any of this mean? Oh, okay. If it wasn't for this comment, I would have no idea what's going on. Wait, instead of just one, it's two because one is just used in Objective-C and C++ CLI. Seriously? Objective-C uses that? What for? Man, it's been a while since I've programmed that damn language. Bro's trying to sell his textbook 6 times. This is painful. What's next? Start over. Even this where is it? This syntax is just shit. I have no fucking clue what's going on in this code. If it wasn't for this, I would have no idea what's going on here. This is a ridiculous syntax. Why would you overcomplicate it to this level just to make it look simpler? That is so dumb. Wait, was that the TOML? No, that was YAML. All right, let's go back to this. Okay. So we wanna open the package. Oh, hey, MX. How are you doing? Since you're making well, it's been a while since you've talked about the game that you were making, but since you were making a game, I'm expanding the packaging format to include a very simple info file. So I need a file descriptor. Wait, I kind of combined this instruction and the one that's supposed to go on under it. What I'm changing in the launcher is allowing that. Well, no, we don't actually need to print because this is an optional file. So we just return empty. That's it. Okay, so we've opened. We then freed. And then we freed, like I said, from the file descriptor into the info with, oopsie, with the file descriptor size. And then we return. Oh, well, first we gotta import. No, we already did that. We already did that. Should be package, parse package info. That's the name. With info, NFD size. What's wrong with freed? There we go. All right. So it should work in the same way, except yeah, actually, you know what? My game would work on the newest version. I don't think it's changed. Okay. And multiple new questions. Maybe I can answer a few. But I'm not particularly good with that. It depends on what you're asking. There's also people in chat who have done similar projects. The drawing lib is different again. Oh yeah, I did change the image drawer pretty much. I don't know if you were using that one. If you have textures or sprites, I guess you were using it. So that's different. Besides that, it has changes, but internal changes. So I doubt it's gonna break anything for you. And if it does break something for you, it might be something I need to look into, so let me know. Okay, yeah. See, at the very least, I know that this PKG info data can be freed. I hate the way that freeing strings works, because you allocate a certain amount of space and then you only use smaller than that, so you have to free the whole thing, otherwise it's a mess. Does he have a built-in function? You know, the funniest thing is I haven't worked with standard libc stuff for so long that I genuinely couldn't respond to that, but I'm assuming you can. I'm assuming there is one. For title and older versions, I used bitmaps. Then you switch to BMP. Oh, you can use PNG now, by the way. I made my own libraries because this is a custom operating system, but usually you want to use libc, and they have their own like string.h. And I don't particularly care about conforming to standards, so I haven't. Is that actually the name of the function? Interesting. All right, that's the actual name of the function. The way that I read that as stroker talk, like some weird fucking TikTok community, which is probably a real thing. Let's face it, that place is fucking sick. But yeah, it's a string token. String talk. Okay, that makes sense. There's also the more innocent string talk, where people talk about strings on TikTok. And even stroker talk is not as freaky as book talk. Okay, so at least this string we're freeing, which is good. And we're parsing the package info, and what? 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 What is that error? Is it because I'm using free? What? What? What does this mean? Unknown warning option sized deallocation. Oh, that one is just not available on C++, I guess. Yeah, string split probably not a thing in C. Because strings are just character buffers, and a string split string like that would require a newly allocated strings. I might actually create one, funnily enough, for this project, because I need to separate everything by new line, so I might as well. Okay. No. Still no. It's not a CXX flag anymore, but maybe I just need to clean. Nope. Huh? That's... Why is that coming out of nowhere? Hold on, is it because I changed? No, it isn't. What? What is this error? Unknown warning option. Are you serious? So, can I just remove it? That shouldn't be a problem. Where did this come from? Why has this not been an error until now? Am I on a different branch? No. By the way, do I have anything to commit before I do any of this? Oh shit, okay. Wait, so is the path that I passed for C wrong? Probably not. Alright, kind of weird. Whatever. Found the issue. Alright, still, question remains. Do I have any of these changes that I want to commit? I have patched the hell out of the system. But most of these changes, I don't want to keep. This one doesn't matter. We can just discard it. Pictures of Jester. This one's gone. Who cares? We'll do Brandon and UI later on, not today. This one about freeing. I feel like it hasn't broken anything. I feel like it might be time to commit it. Where free in memory, to prevent use after free, we fill it with once. Seems to be working fine. Seems to not have created any issues. But I should test it a little bit more before I commit that. This is what I'm working on right now. This I need to bring back. The networking is just not working on this computer for whatever reason, so not sure what to do on that one. Okay, but yeah, we're good for commits. We're back to development. Okay, what's your damn problem? No declaration matches package info, get package info, char, because I changed it to a char. Pointer. Cannot convert string. What am I passing? I'm passing the wrong value here. Yeah, that was entirely wrong. There. We good? No. We're not. Undefined reference. What the? Okay. Okay, we're good. The only function missing is the parse package info. Not entirely sure why, because it is actually declared, but right here. Right here. Unless the signature is different. Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's just an extern C type of thing. This code I haven't written in a while. There, that should fix it, and now we're good. All right. Does it actually run? And right now I want it to run if you don't parse any. Yes. Yes. Fail to open. Shit. Okay, so no. Not quite. Well, yeah, failed to open. Oh, the CC thing. Yeah, I gotta try that. Let me try. It probably will work. To do the entire thing all over again though. That's a no. I think. But maybe I need to also define cxx as this, and then bear dash dash make dash b. Why did I run it without multi-threading? All right, that works. And compile commands.json. There he is. All right, thanks for the reminder. That worked. All right, so we gotta commit that. And back to this. All right, so again, the actual thing works the first time, doesn't work the second time. Cool. So here it works, and you open a process, you close it. Now it works. You open a process, you close it, now it works. All right. This is the exact same place where it was crashing before, so I gotta be particularly careful, but I feel like a clean probably fixed it. It seems to work now. All right, and that's good. If you don't find a package.info, then we're good. Because neither of these have a package.info, and it is not a required thing. But our ghost game, not ghost gamer, ghost game, does have one. So we're gonna copy it over to the system. We're gonna run the system. And it should still tell us that it can't find two of them. Exactly, because one of them it did find. Okay, and then we gotta parse it. We gotta parse it. We're actually gonna turn this straight into a char, which the launcher will already be able to handle. Yes, because the info is already a char pointer. Wait, run failed. Fuck, hold on. So clearly that commit was wrong. Can you show us where? How do you... here? Can you tell me where? Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know how to navigate this. Sign in to view logs. Oh, I'm not signed in. Okay, that's the problem. Why? Oh. Does it have a default version of CC? Because it says that MCPU is deprecated, bad value Cortex. Yeah, this is using the wrong CPU. I mean the wrong CC. So am I declaring it here? No. God damn it, GitHub. I didn't even write this damn thing. I don't know how it works. All right. Install toolchain. Okay, move. ARM toolchain. Okay, and then where do you use it? Do I need to declare it here or what? Exactly. How does this work? I have no idea how this works. Like I should be able to just do this, right? But I don't know if this will work. Honestly, no idea. Let's try it, I guess. You know, if you detected the change, that is. No? No? Hello? Okay, no. How the fuck did it not detect that? The GitHub folder is not get ignored, I think. It's not. It just didn't want to detect that. Okay. Okay, let's see if that fixes it. I guess we'll find out if I get another email saying that the build failed. Then it failed. If not, it might have worked. Okay. We need to actually parse the package information. To do that, we want to have a parser that goes line by line and reads the line information. So I actually created a seek function, which if I'm not mistaken is inside of stdstring.h. And it can do seek to info character new line, and then we just printf. I'm gonna put a delimiter here just to make sure that we know. And then we're going to include the console kio.h. Build failed. It's still using the wrong CC. Do I need to export CC? I'm not on Linux, so I'm not entirely sure. Because if I do... This works. But I don't know if this works on Linux as well, or if on Linux I need to do something like this. Not sure how it works. I'm just blindly testing and having to do a commit every single time I do it. All right, next test. There's an ad coming up on Twitch, so I'm gonna run that ad. In 3 minutes, we're gonna know if the build succeeded or not. Is it the right path? I sure hope it is, because I honestly have no idea, but it should be. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, ad is still not over on Twitch, but I was missing this bin here. Now I just need to wait for source tree to realize that I made changes, and then we should be good. My Lord in heaven. Ugh. Workflows. There. All right, did that work? We still got 2 seconds of an ad. All right, the ad is over. It is running. I guess we'll find out soon enough if it worked or not. I'll either get an email or somebody will tell me in chat. We'll see which one. Okay. Besides that, murder me. That's all I can fucking say. Murder me. Motherfucker. Did I change anything else? Whatsoever? The fuck did not. Wait. Fuck it. God damn it, even compiling is fucking difficult. The build did succeed on... This is a different error, thank God. Initialization discards const qualifiers from pointer target. Oh, who gives a shit? God, I hate compiling. I feel like we've overcomplicated things. We really just need to start over. We've done horrible. We need to try again. Found line, app version, then the delimiter that I put there. Perfect. Looks good to me. All right. Now I gotta find all the lines. Which in order to do that, we're going to want to do while info and hold on, how did you use this to advance? Oh, looking at an entirely commented out code. Yeah, this may not be the best place to look. This one though. Wait. App version is the second line. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. We're good. NL is not the line that it found. It is after the line that it found. You'd be surprised at the amount of stupid bugs that I find in my code, so don't be worried about that. Yeah, so my print is wrong, but... Yeah, we're good. Again, I can look at how this uses seek. I just uses it to advance. And then uses string compare. Forgetting to map a linked list? I've done worse. I've done worse. Don't worry about it. We've all done a lot of shitty code at some point or another. And whoever tells you that they haven't is lying to you. Oh shit. Decompile is here. Hide your OSs. Hello, Decompile OS. Please don't decompile my OS. Maximum length is actually path. No, NL minus path. Whoops. Then I can print line.data. And then I can free line.data, line.memlength. Every time I get a notification on my phone now, I'm terrified that it's going to be GitHub telling me that it failed, but no. We're good. Free is actually not... Found line, app name, ghosted. App version, this. All right, we're good. Except that should also not be included in the file name. And if there's a carriage return, I'm not even considering that part, but I don't actually need to run the game. Found app name, ghosted, app version, this. Oh, but if the, okay. That should be correct, because there we were skipping a line in our line. App name, ghosted. App version, this. But this part is wrong. Fuck's sake. Okay, that is good. But what if it's empty? What if we're passed in a completely empty file? Pretty sure this part is gonna fail now. No. It just says I found an empty line. Okay. Well, that's just good enough for me. That was good enough for me. All right. Now we find an empty line. That's good. But just in case, we can also check that that should make it more correct. Some basic bounds checking, and we get found line, the app name, and found line app version. This is pretty much what it looks like right now, actually, the info file. You have an app name and app version. That's it. It's a TOML file, so I'll be adding new options, but for the time being, that's what you have. You can also add app author, but I don't know if I even have support for that yet. Yeah, I do. Support for name, author, and version. Eventually you will have to add, declare what other things your system uses, like full file system access, for example. But on top of that, you'll need extra permissions. I haven't decided that yet. So yeah, for the time being, it's only that. Pretty much this. I'll put it in the template repository once I'm done today with this. It's actually a lot easier than I expected it to be. No, not in resources. You put that in the main. In the main. You're working on your own operating system. Interesting. What is it like? Okay. Okay, so we found a line, and now we gotta do the same thing. Looking for this. Yeah, prop name is a string from literal length, pretty much the same thing that I'm doing up there with the line data and the maximum length of prop minus line data minus the exact same thing that I'm doing here. Where NL becomes prop and path becomes line data. And this becomes this. That's it. That gives me the property name. And the prop is here. I open my game and the names of the files. HCC. Then I look into the files and I literally made a file for every function. Damn. Kind of the opposite of what I did, at least at first. My game was all in one file. You overcompensated in the opposite direction. All right. Found the line, app name ghosted, prop app name, value ghosted. Found line, app version, prop app version. This. Bada bing, bada boom. We're done. We've done it. Except we also want to free the prop name dot data a prop dot prop dot what? Prop dot what? Prop name dot memory length. Okay, we want to free those. Also, about the package info. I said it's chars. It's now strings. That way you can free them. Same thing I should do in the launcher. So I can also free those strings eventually, but that comes later. All right, let's finish writing the logic for this because it's super simple. We just gotta... Can we switch on a string? I don't think we can. Yeah, no. Okay, we want to look for app name on the prop name data. Ideally, we do it before we free the information. My operating system is 64-bit and has a C kernel. Intel too. Interesting. Okay, that's for app name. I said we also support app author and app version. All right. And shit, no. Yeah, can I should be good. PKG info name is now prop. No. String from literal prop. Author version. Yeah, I switched to Mac. So much better. Right, so now I'm creating strings, and whoever receives this information will be able to free those strings, which is not a thing that's currently happening in the package. So it's gonna be fixed. Should you make a boot screen? Yeah. Okay. Since we're currently not rendering this package information, let's just print it. What do you mean expected expression? Is this not good enough for you? It's not good enough for you. All right, because package info is never returned because I'm returning an empty value here. Should be a pretty lenient thing. If it doesn't find a property, it doesn't stop or anything. All right, let's see. Package name 01A1. It works. If you're stupid. Yeah, because these checks are wrong. They should be checking for 0. Never understood that about string compare, but well, I get it, which is why my string compare works in the same way. It's just counterintuitive. Or more so, it just doesn't work the same way that other things work. All right, we have a package name. We have package version. And we have a package author. So that information is being stored. But these chars here, they're actually being created as strings. And then we lose their information, so we cannot free them properly. So we should be good with this. And this. And this. It's going to be a lot of changes to be made, but it's worth it. Now we don't have to do data, data, data. And then when we render the entries, we need to change that code anyway. Should be here, here, and here. Whoop, whoop. Also here, here. Okay, and when you draw the tile, here and here, but also entries, index, what did I call it? Info, name, or does that not work like that? Oh, name data. No, you don't like that. You don't like that. You know, okay. Damn. Surprised I can't use this operand. I can use this one. Ghosted. Oh, I forgot to remove the quotation marks. So it's ghosted. But it works. And similar to what I'm doing here, if I have a version number, I want to use that. Otherwise, I want to put the extension. Okay. Now it's ghosted. 1A1. And the other ones that don't have a valid value work as well. Will it work on Raspberry Pi? So for the longest time, I've only had a Raspberry Pi 5, which is very different in terms of hardware from its predecessors and kind of a pain in the ass. So it kind of works on there, but not too well. And now I have a Raspberry Pi 4, so I can test it properly and make it work on it. I was getting an issue with the SD card, and if you don't have the SD card, it kind of fails to launch. So until that's fixed, it crashes. But once that's fixed, then I'll be able to get it to work. And yeah, it should work on the Raspberry Pi 4. It did work at some point fully. Now it only half works on the Raspberry Pi 5. And I need to fix it on the Raspberry Pi 4 because I got it like last week and I haven't touched it since the first day I got it. But okay, we have package data. That works. That is cool. And I can also just get rid of this. Because now since we do have arrays, we need to free the entries. Which, by the way, why don't I have a string free function? Not sure if anyone has built it, but I haven't. Nope. All right, let me do that real quick. Okay, and then we can go back to the launcher, and for the entries, you can do string free for the entries name, entries extension, full path, and then for the entries info name, version, and author. So we can free all that information that was not being freed before. What are you talking about? Unknown type draw context. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, genuinely, what are you talking about? Can I just do a forward declaration instead of importing this? If I remember how to do that. Do I just do void? Oh, extern. Void free with a void pointer and a sized pt. No, a size t. Like that. Fuck. It has no member named info, because that's probably not the name I gave it. In fact, it is the name I gave it. Oh shit, hold on. I forgot the indexing in all of those. But full path is not the game I gave it, it's just path. Something like wait and see for your kernel. You're using x86, so I can't give you any practical advice. But there's probably gonna be some sort of timer for your CPU, which you can use to count how much time you want to wait. Count is private. Why the fuck is count private? No, that's not right. Oh, you use size, which gives you count. Oh, ok. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was gonna crash. Because, most likely, I didn't bother checking if the things that I'm freeing actually exist. Make wait with a for I loop. That is the other way that you can do a wait. Wait, that may be a different crash. Fucking hell. It is a different crash, but this one still crashes. Don't worry about it. Although, where exactly did it crash? Because everything succeeded, but then it just froze. Yeah, now it crashed. on the page allocator. Holy shit. Alright, but that's not related to this. I think this is just finding the mistake that was already there. Okay, but this works. Which is what I care about right now. We'll get to the rest later. Try not to let the ADHD win and let me jump from one place to the other. One thing we want to do about the prop. PIO timer in x86. There probably is, but you need to access it and stuff. All right, simple check. If prop is a quotation mark, wait, no. Single quotes out, in quote in, then we prop plus plus. And that way we'll get rid of the first of the quotation marks. Now it's ghosted. And we'll need to get rid of the other one as well. By doing this. And then if prop plus len minus 1 is equal to, again, quotation mark, then len minus minus. And instead of string from literal, we use string from literal length, which allows you to provide len, thus eliminating the second quotation mark. Absolutely amazing work. Good job, everybody. Okay. So I'd say it works pretty well. We may or may not have found a little bit of a, you know, either use after free or something like that eventually happens. Say, you know what? Don't worry about it. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. For now, what we care about is Ghosted version 0.1 alpha 1. And then red user and red terminal. So that's pretty cool. But I need to commit all this. I'm going to start by committing the package.info. In the project itself. If you don't have the latest version of the system, it won't actually change anything. All right, then, wait, I saw on Discord, let me open it. Oh, let me open it here if I can. Why am I logged out of Discord again? Is this game working or are you doing a Bethesda release? I'm doing Bethesda. It's a Bethesda release. It's an alpha. It's not even a Bethesda release. It's a fucking early access. But I might do a EA release. just never fix it and charge you for DLC. Maybe this make fix bear. Let me try this fix for bear. No. I copied the entire message. There, I was just trying to copy the code. Alright, seems to not complain. It's gonna get rid of the ghost game, but whatever. Bear obviously still needs to be provided the CC and CXX. That's okay with me, most likely. Worth a shot. Except if it doesn't work, I have to start over. Yeah. Alright, that's back. This one seems to work. Time to ask the question. Does it work? Also, I was committing with Proj. It should have been CI, but whatever. Let's find out. In the meantime, let me prepare the commit for everything that I just did. All right. I added the stuff to the launcher. I added free into the launcher. I added the package info. I added string free. That looks good. What you got for me? Install toolchain. All right. We got here just in time. Let's find out if this works or not. I think I can close Discord now. All right. Seems to be working. It's able to compile all that. Upload artifacts. Fucking worked. Amazing. Thank you, GStudios. Great. It's a bit more verbose than it needs to be, but whatever. There we have our package info. Optional package info file. Okay, cool. So that means, actually, let's test it here too. So first you need to create a package.info, and then where you prepare, you need to copy the package.info into the finished package. So what do you do here? You do an app name demo app author redacted have no idea what PIO is, to be completely honest. Like I said, I'm not familiar with Intel. An app version, I'm not actually gonna do an app version. So I can actually modify the launcher even more. Subtext equal to this. Yeah, time on my commits is always midnight. Otherwise, if we have author information, we're going to print that. Otherwise, just the extension. That goes here. What did I do? Ah, fuck. It's bare. Okay. It says dejo, not demo, because the M is weird, but it works. It shows you the package author if it can't show you the version, and otherwise it shows you the extension. So now actually we should have, since I did a clean, I kind of lost the ghost game. We can copy. Ghosted, version 0.1 A1. Demo, redacted. And terminal, red. Okay, for now it's limited to just one of these at a time. It only gives you the information about one of them at a time. It doesn't really make sense for it to give you more than that. But looks good. And now I can rename that dem user folder to demo without too much of an issue. The terminal will also be given package.info, but we'll get to that later. I don't really need it right now. Okay, I do have a question though. What happens? First off, easy question. What happens if I put some spaces here? I'm not ignoring white space. That's kind of a problem. Ah! No, wait, this may be a different bug. It still works? No. Hold up. It's weird. Why did that work? Okay, there we go. It doesn't detect it anymore because there's white space now. To fix that, it should be enough to... Did I finish the first commit? Yes. I just gotta do this one, and this one. for the next batch. But before that, here. All right, string compare is gonna fail if there's any white space. So instead of string compare, it should be string start. And it should check that it's the exact same number of characters as this. 8, 10, 11. So now it should work, but the other side with the white space should have some issues. Exactly. Because it needs to skip ahead . Okay, that's back to working now. Good. Where else can it break? I don't think this will break it, but just in case. I hate compiling without multi-threading. Okay, ooh. What is that? Oh, hold on. Let me just do this. Okay. That should get rid of white spaces on both sides and of quotation marks on both sides. It did not. It did not, in fact, do that. What a shame. Clearly not. Let me just kprint full prop s prop with the delimiter at the end, and this is a print format. Okay, so this is my prop. And its length is 12. And it starts here, and it calculates the length at 11. So it goes to character 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, which there's nothing there, minus 1, that's 10. That's a quotation mark. So it reduces length by 1. Right? That shouldn't be a problem. Let Let me do it like this. I'll do a little bit of... Stopping before this, and it's prop. Oh my god. Prop plus len plus len minus 1, like that. Okay, full prop. Advancing past this starts here, but then it doesn't do anything here. Okay, and print that. Okay. Last character is... Oh, right. The final 0. Because it's a 0 terminated string. Wait, strlen is returning 12 for this? Yeah, that's 12. That's 12 characters. That's good. Plus 12 minus 1 should be this character. strlen is reporting the wrong size here. Is it including the terminator? It shouldn't do that. But it's very clearly returning the terminator because this is 11 characters. I don't see how this is a problem. This is a very basic implementation of strlen. I don't see how this can possibly give me the wrong value. Alright, there's an ad starting, so I'll be back after that. And I'm gonna keep looking at this because I have no idea what's happening. Alright, if... my string looks like this. Like this at this point. So S0 is this. It advances to 1, this, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Advances to 11, doesn't find the 11th character, breaks. Oh, but wait, it's a const. Maybe it's somehow passing the original value of it, whereas internally it is changing. No, it still detects it as being 5 characters. So this one is working. This one has 6 characters. Plus a space, actually. So it advances past the space. It advances past this, and it has 5 characters left. This full prop is just this. It advances past this. The full property is now this. Why do you think that the size is 12? The size is not 12. What the hell? What the hell? Tell me the length here. I'm expecting it to be bigger than the other one, right? Hmm? Is there a character here that I'm just like not expecting at all? Tell me what the last character is as an integer. There might just be an extra character there I'm not expecting. $18. The fuck is character 18? I don't know what this character is. Device control character. What the hell is that? This noise cancellation is also really shitty. All right, so Jester's having dinner behind me. So there's probably some background noise from that. Hey, buddy. All right. I have no idea what this character even is. Number 18 is an even two-digit composite number and natural number following 17 and preceding 20. No, sorry, 19. But some of its digits, it's 9. It has 2 digits, and the product of its digits is 8. It is an even number. It is 18, 18, 18th. The next number is 19. We're going to study that. Alright, in case anybody wanted to memorize the numbers, there's a good website to do it. Numberfacts.one/ the number that you want to learn about. I may have crashed the website. I may have crashed the website. Yeah, it just doesn't support numbers that big. This one works. Alright, good to know. Good to know. So you want to leave? Alright, after he made as much noise as possible, he's leaving the room, and now he's in the doorway. He probably just wants to go for a walk, but he's gonna have to wait. Also, it's cold outside. Hold on, let me close that. Bye, Jester. Okay, still not even a little bit sure where the number 18 is coming from. But at least we know what's going on. It might just be at the end of the file, maybe. Actually, there's one way to know. If I look at... I don't have all my favorites here. Damn it. You just drag it? Yeah. Here, and the package.info, open with hexfiend. No, according to this, it ends with 22. So is that 18 just garbage? I don't even know where that's coming from. No, wait, hold on. These are ASCII control characters. Jesus Christ. Printable characters start at 32. Oh, but hex 22. Hex 22 is this one. Okay. That makes sense. All right. So essentially, I just want to skip anything that isn't within 33 and 122. Yeah, it might be garbage, but that's not supposed to happen. Is less than 33. Or it's bigger than, well, it's less than the first printable character that we actually want to allow, which is exclamation point. And the last one we want to allow, which is tilde here. With an exclusion of that. Yeah, there's also no null byte at the end of it? What? That is so weird. But hey, whatever. Well, prop is bigger, smaller than exclamation point. Or even to make it a little bit more readable, we can do it like this. Smaller or equal to space. Or prop is bigger than the tilde character, which is this one. Or it is an exclamation point. Any non-printables at the end, we're just gonna ignore. And at the beginning, we're just gonna ignore. Okay, that works now. Another thing, since indentation is also allowed but not necessary, we're gonna do the same thing. With a size t very similar thing, except we're gonna do it with prop name offset plus plus. Ah, shit. I missed the data. These aren't needed. We skip the name offset and we add it here. So now we should also allow white spaces, indentations, even garbage values in your package.info. Seems like it, except can't really know without cleaning. 81 threads. My computer has like 8, but hey. 81 threads. Okay, it works. So now if I want to do like... Nah, I'm not. Technically, I can do this, but funnily enough, I cannot do that. Well, yes, I can. I can do this. This should also be allowed. There's probably a computer out there with 81 threads. I'm surprised my laptop only has 16. You have 48 gigs of RAM and only 16 threads. Come on. It did work, okay. So technically, if you want to do that, you can do that. Cool. Okay. Package info. Wait, hold on. I gotta remove a whole bunch of prints. This is no longer needed. This is no longer needed. This is no longer needed. As a matter of fact, KIO is gone. Anything that may have been using it doesn't need to use it anymore. Can you make comments? Yes, but I believe it's hash for Toml. You can use any comments you want. It'll just get ignored. You can even just write straight garbage into it and it'll work. But I believe the official TOML, yeah, uses these. Which it 100% has to allow because in my, yeah, here it is. Threadripper has 192 threads at the low price of only 10 grand. What is Threadripper? That's an amazing name. Only 10 grand? Damn, that's so cheap. Look at this dude. He fucking loves it. Look at him. Damn. Is a brand of HEDT multi-core x86 64 microprocessors designed and marketed by AMD based on the Zen microarchitecture. There's also a Pro version. Higher core count, up to 96 cores. Yeah, I'll fucking say. Threadripper is a perfect name for this. Actually, all of this should work. Okay, compiling with my 81 threads. That's why it takes several seconds. There you go. There you go. Just to be clear, the clean is getting rid of the user.elf, yes. Linus switched to using a Threadripper a few years ago. Linus Tech Tips or Torvalds? Because it feels like more of a thing that Linus Tech Tips would do. But Torvalds, really? He's done it. You're saying Torvalds, but definitely this guy has done it too. Linus Torvalds drops Intel and adopts 32-core AMD Ryzen Threadripper on personal PC and claims all test builds are now 3 times faster than they used to be, says Linux kernel creator. Yeah, you already said it. Here and here, you know, we get it. Yeah. 6 years ago too. He could have gone all the way for a 64-core Threadripper 3990X. 3990X. Based on the measurements, it sounds like kernel compilation scales across cores quite well, and I think any efficient gains on this work will pay for itself quite quickly. Well, my system is not multi-threaded, but my compilation is, so, you know, once I have 10,000 to spare, let's say a couple months, then I may get one. Except if there is an an ARM version of it. Ampere 1 according to this. That's the most you got. Oh, but this is for the ARM architecture now. I'm looking for specific implementations of it. The lower thread and core ones are cheaper. 192 thread one. It's 10 grand. He's literally a millionaire. He could have gotten the other one. Which processor has the most cores? This is from way back in 2015. They were talking about the Easy Chip Tile MX100. Highest core count ARM processor. 100. Even in the comments of that Reddit thread, they were questioning him for not getting the most expensive one. The 399... The 3990X. Threadripper. 4,000 bucks. Bro, easy. I said when I have 10,000 to spare 2 months from now, so when I have 5,000 to spare next month, yeah. Might invest in a bad boy. Oh shit, it's not available. Never mind. What a shame. I was so close to getting it, but they just don't have it in stock. God, that sucks. Oh no. Oh god damn it. It's not available on Amazon either. God, what a disappointment. Oh no. What about on their official website? Excuse me? Oh, this is for drivers and downloads. You want me to download Windows? Windows? Seriously? Windows 10. Windows 10. Okay. Cool. Well, what a damn shame. What a damn shame. I cannot get it, y'all. Oh, no. I'm gonna cry. What? So disappointed. I might just stick to ARM. I still haven't found the answer of which ARM CPU has the most cores. According to this shit, it's the Ampere 192 core CPU, which is just as high as the other one. But I want a non-fucking clanker response. "128 core Ampere Ultra Max CPU claims 128 core Cinebench 2024 world record." From System76. It is designed for automotive software developers. It starts at $3,000. That is even cheaper. That is so much cheaper. Should I just make my system run on one of these bad boys? I could just spare like 30 cores and use them like they're a fucking GPU. Like you don't even need a GPU. You just spare a few cores for this shit. That's it. 3,000 bucks easy. No, how much was it? 4,000? $96 to 192 cores. See, you could easily just spare 32 cores and just make a GPU out of them. Like, fuck it. Who needs NVIDIA when you have this shit? And all of that to run a single threaded operating system on it. Maybe next month I'm gonna look a little bit into multi-threading, but right now I haven't, so. Products. Yeah, okay, but like, what if I want to buy a system for it? Jeff Geerling. This guy's a YouTuber. Pretty sure. He wears like glasses. Has a beard, maybe? Not that Jeff. Okay, yeah, it's this guy. Doesn't... I may have been thinking of someone else, but I also knew him. Alright, so this one's just straight up not opening. $5? $5? Alright. I do have that to spare. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Google may have gotten that a little bit. Oh no, that's the delivery. That's the delivery. Okay. All right, $5,000. Yo, you know what? Oh, it's not available either. Oh, God damn it. I keep getting disappointed. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Oh no. Oh shit. How sad. It's not available. Oh. Also, that's like more than 1,000 in taxes. Jesus Christ, it's a fifth. 21%, but yeah. Oh no. Oh. What about the Threadripper? Hey, they have it. Between the 3rd of November and the 3rd of November. Bro, I have a 12th generation Intel Core i5 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, 5U. I don't even know what I have, but not super far from that, to be honest. Wait, which one is even like 12th generation? What year is that? 2021? Yeah, yours is newer than mine. Yours is newer than mine. M4 Pro? Yeah, I have the 3 Max. Yeah, y'all don't get to complain. You have better computers than me. Well, you have better CPUs. Although, MX, because yours is a system on a chip, you have probably a better computer than me. And this one is an M1, actually. This one is an M1. On your iMac, it's an M1? Yeah. So it's the same, it came out literally the same day as mine. Is the MacBook Pro, I'm assuming? Does it have the M4? When did that happen? Wait, they have the M5? When did that happen? It's only 12,000? I mean, 2,000? Wait, okay. Just released fresh off the press. Did they release it with the iPhone? I don't remember them releasing this. Or was it I was gonna say XHCD. That's not it. WWDC. That's the name of the thing. I call it XHCD, which is also not a thing. I meant XKCD or XHCI. One of those two, but definitely not. It came a bit after the iPhone and iPad. Damn. I had no idea. So it's 5,000, the most expensive one. So if this one has a CPU of 14, I would be surprised if mine had 16, which is what I thought it had. I'm assuming mine has 12 or 14. I have the M3 Max. What's the command for number of cores? It's different on Mac. And CPU. No, that's not it. It's sys ctl nhw. Yeah, that gives you it, but without it gives you that, but without giving you the full like information what you're looking at. It just gives you a bunch of numbers. Okay, it's that dot ncpu. 16. Okay, so that must be the number of physical. Oh, okay. This one has 14 cores. Which, by the way, I can just switch to the English version of it. Well, 16 pulgadas is not a thing. I had no idea they launched this. All right, so I should be able to compare the M5. It doesn't even have the 3 Max anymore. I can't even compare with mine. Oh? Wait, did they not update the 16-inch? Nucleus sounds way cooler than Core. Alright, I'll give you that. Did the Spanish one? Do we have a Spanish specific product, or did I just miss that the M5 is not here? Yeah, it's not here. Alright, so 14-core CPU, 16-core neural engine, 32-core GPU, 36 gigs of unified memory. How does this one have more? Why? Why does this random middle one have more RAM than this one? Mine has 48. I don't understand why on earth the most expensive one does not have 48. It has 36. Now I'm wondering, do I have 36? I just didn't know, and I was just under the impression that I had 48. No, I have 48. That's confirmed. They let you choose? Yeah, I figured, but it's kind of weird. You can get a nano texture display. M4 Max chip with 16. Oh, you can get a 16-core CPU. So that's why I have 16. Okay, you can upgrade that. A 40-core GPU and a 16-core neural engine. Then you can get up to 128 gigs of memory. Which I have to say, if I had done that and spent an extra $1,000, I would have been able to export my video without a memory leak. Or maybe not, who knows. I mean, even with a memory leak, I mean. 1 terabyte of storage. I already have Final Cut and Logic Pro. Is that Rachel? I forgot her name. Jennifer Aniston. Only 1,000 for 128 gigs. What a steal. How much is Damn. You can get it for less than 400. And the worst part is that's an upgrade from 36 to 128. Are you doing LLM stuff? Nah, never. Besides Logic Pro, no, not Logic Pro. Final Cut Pro having a memory leak the other day, and Compressor doesn't, so I just sidestepped it, but yeah, it led to me having problems. Besides that memory leak, I haven't ever come close to running out of memory. With 48. 128 is for like a super professional laptop, which, you know, would be nice, but don't need it. For that matter, the most expensive Mac is actually this one. The cheese grater. I could cook on my Mac. I think I can count on one hand the number of times that my Mac has, that I've heard the fans go on. And that I felt it going hot. Hardly ever. All right, let me see this one. They haven't upgraded this one in a while, so it's using an M2. Kinda, you should probably upgrade it if it costs 7,000. You should probably upgrade it. My fans are louder than a plane. You might need to clean them. If you have an M4, your laptop is probably newer than mine. Because when I bought mine, the best was the 3 Max. Well, then again, that was the 16-inch version, which apparently even now the best one is the 4 Max. Uh, 24 core CPU, 76 GPU, 32 core neural engine, or 6032. The most memory it has is 192. And one Air doesn't have a fan. It's the best one. I'm sad that Airs don't look as beautiful as they used to. 2000 for SSD storage. No, that Apple is fucking crazy with their prices. I swear to God. I understand the premium, the luxury factor of it, but like, not anymore, bro. Pack it up. The fact that they want you to pay $149 for a Magic Mouse and a trackpad, in case you want both. This is the Magic Mouse. Let me show you how to charge it. Right, you're using your mouse, right? You're using it. Oh shit, it ran out of battery. No problem. No problem. Just flip it over. Charge it. Amazing work. Maybe they should have kept Johnny Ive in hardware and not moved them over to software design. Hey, Final Cut and Logic Pro are cheaper if you buy them here. God damn it. No, and the mouse itself is shit. That's why I have it. I have it here because when I started using this computer, I was using it. But it's shit. Actually gonna put it on the table so I remember to put it away. I'm never using that. I'm just using like my regular Linux mouse. It's a little bit dirty on the bottom. But you know why it's dirty on the bottom? Because I don't need to flip it over to charge it. So there's not even that many upgrade options, but you can get almost 200 gigs of memory. You can get the 24 core. I genuinely don't understand how they went. Oh yeah, sure, this is the mouse for the Mac. Right, that makes no sense. The worst part is they used to have a Magic Mouse that looked better. Their Magic Mouse used to look like... What in the name of fuck is this, Temu? Okay. Apple, officially, Temu has come up with a better product than you. That's fucking embarrassing. This is so fucking embarrassing for Apple. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, does it even work? Probably not. But shit. It fixes the problem. Which is more than Apple has been able to do in years. That mouse has existed for years. It used to look like this before, which, okay, it's not an amazing design. But 10 years ago, it used to look like this. Probably works half the time. Yeah, that's, you know, Temu product. But this isn't. This is an Apple product. Their hardware designer was knighted by the Queen of England. He is no longer their hardware designer, and there's no longer a Queen of England, but you know, back in the day, not entirely sure how to help with that. No idea what that error means, to be honest. And they haven't upgraded this one, and I don't even know how much it is. Like, I have that one because my job shipped it to me for whatever reason. Because I would have never spent my money on that. But accessories, probably. Mac. The studio display is another fucking ripoff. Oh, but it comes in black? Okay. Okay, that's not half bad. That's not half bad. Okay. That changes things. It's 99 bucks. Whereas, for whatever reason, the trackpad, which is vastly superior, is more expensive. Well, that's the reason why. Also, if you want to buy a stand for your computer, 79, cheap. You want to buy a fucking folder, 80 bucks. Online only, you can't go to the store and get it. You can get a Bellroy Travel Organizer Mini. You know you're gonna struggle getting your shit in here. You want to use your camera, your phone as a camera, which is like the most annoying fucking feature. Jesus Christ, I hate it so much. I was listening to music on my phone this morning, and then I opened Logic Pro, and it stopped the music on my phone because Logic Pro wants to use my phone as a microphone. I have 1, 2 professional microphones, and then a third non-professional microphone, kind of shitty one. I don't really need to use my iPhone as a microphone. And yet, every single time I open that program, it tries to use my phone as a microphone. Every single time. I think I stopped it. I had to change settings on both my phone and my Mac to prevent it from happening, but Jesus Christ. Oh shit, you can get a Microsoft Office home license. Whoa! Oh, you can get a Microsoft 365 Party Girl personal 1-year subscription for 99 bucks. How else are they going to spy on you? They'll give you, at the very least, Apple is probably the one that spies on you the least, not the less. I was in the middle of a commit, by the way, which I'm just gonna finish this real quick. Okay. I genuinely don't understand like that feature. Wait, what did I even do here? Let me finish the commit, otherwise I have no idea what I'm doing. Like the point of that feature of... Where did it even go? I must have gotten rid of it. The point of using your phone as a camera is because it's higher quality than your laptop camera. And I guess it can be useful in that case. And also, if it's higher quality microphone, so if you don't have a microphone, you can use that. But I'm using Logic Pro. Logic Pro is professional audio software. You can assume that I have a good microphone. Like, I didn't buy a DAW just to then use my phone as a microphone. Like, clearly. Also, I wasn't even doing anything that required a microphone. I was just doing MIDI. So, no idea why it was so adamant on making me use my um my phone, my microphone in the first place. But yeah. And I had to change a million settings. And also another issue that I have with Apple is they name a lot of their features with some cool name. Like the feature that allows you to share a microphone and camera is called handoff. I didn't remember that. So for me to go into my settings and disable it, I had to look up like sharing iPhone microphone. And then like looking up the feature name, which I can't even find here. To Mac. Continuity. It's actually called continuity. It's not even called handoff. So then I had to go into the settings and disable that. I swear to God. The worst part is, since I want to make my operating system distributed, I probably will need to have some sort of feature like that. Because I also don't want it to be like a parent node and children nodes or anything like that. I haven't looked too much into distributed operating system architecture. But I don't want it to be like one central node and then the other ones are connected to it. I want it to be like individual systems that then share resources with each other. So in that sense, it would make sense for me to have like, you know, if a computer has camera, then it supports that. It shares that with the other systems. And also one big reason I want to do that is that I can piggyback off of Linux, Mac, and Windows, I guess. So that if my operating system doesn't support a feature, you can write a program in an existing operating system that then shares that feature with the rest of the system. Yeah, I know I read the AI response. Sorry about that. I've sinned. There's no fucking way to disable this except for saying fuck at the end. This works. This may be the actual thread I found this morning. Can anyone tell me how to stop my iPhone from connecting to my MacBook microphone? This is exactly the thread. Settings, general, AirPlay, and handoff, disable continuity camera. So you have to remember the name handoff and continuity camera. Minus AI? Well, fuck is better. Alright, yeah. Although you can assume that they used AI for this, most likely. But at least it's not an AI overview. The fact that I need to do that and then make sure not to click this shit. Piece of shit, fucking clanker. Alright. Yeah, so. Funny thing is that, what is that? Oh, you don't know? Oh, you poor thing. You don't know what that is. Let's keep it that way for as long as possible. I've resorted to paying for a web search service? That's a thing? Since when? They started rolling it out very recently. I saw it like last week or so. I think my mom told me she also has it as of like... No, actually, what my mom told me is even worse than that. You know this shit. Right, the connection secure, like certificates and all that stuff. She sent me a picture of her Google options, which included the possibility of using AI to verify the security of the connection. Besides her, I haven't heard of anyone else having it, but Jesus Christ, why is that a thing? Using AI for that. It's a very simple thing. You have a valid certificate, it's secure. You don't have a valid certificate, it's not secure. It's that simple. There's no wiggle room for AI, and yet they included AI in it. There's absolutely no reason for it. How much is this? Is it good, Thunder? Is it good? I have no air left in my lungs. Why the fuck? Does it have AI if it's privacy first? And it's not even the only one. It's not even the only one. Fucking DuckDuckGo has AI based off of all these models. Don't worry though, we don't train AI on your conversations. They're anonymized by us. As if the entire thing wasn't built on stolen data to begin with. Like, the problem starts the second you use AI. Telling me no ads, no tracking, no noise means nothing when the data was already stolen and used to train the damn AI in the first place. I would have actually considered paying for a fucking search engine. In a rich luxury way, not in a everything is a subscription model way. But at least that's what I tell myself to feel better about it. But even the trial and starter versions have AI. You literally cannot fucking escape AI. What is the point? I don't care if you anonymize it. I don't care if you do this shit. Don't have AI at all. Pay for Google search index, then make your own search engine. I'm about to make a fucking web crawler. And if it can't find it, it wasn't meant for me. It's just gonna be like that from now on. If it's meant for you, it'll find you type of shit. I'm gonna make an entire like search engine based off of vibes alone, but not vibe coded, just to be clear. Because now they even stole the fucking word vibe. I swear to God. Jester. All right, he's calm. So he's used to me walking him when he has dinner, like immediately after, to the point that if I'm not home when his dinner is served, he waits for me to get home before he eats, which I don't love, but whatever. But now, with the time change, he eats at 7, not at 8. And I'm not gonna change that. So that just means he's gonna have to wait for his walk. Hello, Jester. I was just explaining. You're gonna have to wait, okay? Send out pigeons to get my web results? Yes, I'm about to fucking do that. I tried to make a search engine once, but no, never again. No? I've seen people make their own web crawlers. That's not... Difficult. What do you think? You ate a spider once. What do you think about web crawlers? No. It's an actual question of how the fuck do you get away from AI? How do you prevent yourself from using it? Because even like when I was searching like the name of that feature, and I read, ow, 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 your claws are digging into my leg. Damn dog. Even when I was like searching for that name of that feature, and I was just looking for it just to talk about it. Nothing particularly important about it. So I just read the result of the fucking AI. But why do I have to do that? Why am I forced to do that? Can you not just have your product that's a search engine actually work as a search engine? If you ever make a logo for Redacted OS, it should be Jester. I don't know about that. A few years ago, I worked on a dog walking app. I don't even know where I was going with that. I was just like, let's see if I can do something with this. Now you wrote it right. But yes, I was working on that and I made a logo for it and it was his face just stylized. And I was told it looked like Grindr for dogs. So just for reference. That's what it looked like. Stolen data while it is open? What do you mean? AI is very much built off of stolen data. Just because I put it on a website where it's standard to put it does not mean that I gave anyone my permission to be absorbed into a fucking LLM. On Kagi, you have to click for a summarized AI answer if that's your main peeve. But yeah, I got your gripe. Same for DuckDuckGo. Then it's a matter of how well it works. But Jesus. Also, the fact that you have to pay. Just the fact that you have to pay is stupid. Because, like, can't we just have something that works? Can't we just, like, not? Can we just, like, not do this? You. I'll walk you in a bit, don't worry. So, yeah. I'm gonna make a feature on Redacted OS to just block LLMs. Like on a DNS level. Not even on DNS level. It's literally just gonna be a string compare for chatgpt.com, openai.com, fucking Gemini, whatever. Any AI URL, it's gonna be automatically blocked. If you try to use the GPU for anything that isn't graphics, you're blocked. It says they don't serve ads. Probably would need to have it to be free. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Now, for that, I understand. It's just a matter of like, Google used to work well enough. Sure, it had ads. They had to disclose that they were ads. Like if you search something on Google, the first results. See for an example. Never mind. I'm on Pi-hole. But normally, the first results would be no, actually, Pi-hole should still show them here. But I don't have any blockers on well, whatever. Yeah, Google sometimes tells you like promoted or yeah, I forgot what word they use, but yeah, to tell you that it's an ad. Maybe they just say ad. Which like it's already kind of shitty that they're paying to put themselves at the top of the search results, but oh my god, Jester, come on. Google used to be good and then the suits took over and got greedy. Yes, exactly. Also, the second a company enters the stock market, it's over. It is over for its users because the company is expected to always grow. For that matter, same goes for like when people invest in it, but it's even more so when it comes to stocks. You're just always expected to make more and more and more money because the people who are investing expect to make more and more money off your stock. So, yeah. Discord is doing that? No way. Latest fundraising, 7 billion valuation. Maybe they are. They're talking about 2021 here. Unless they haven't gotten any new money since then. They have a valuation of 15 billion. Jesus Christ. I'll have a built-in AI within an OS at the kernel level. Good luck with that. I'm sure it won't malfunction in the slightest. Discord wants to go IPO. Looks like they're talking about it. Doesn't look like it's happened yet. As of July, they have not officially filed for an IPO. Early stage talks with JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. Jesus Christ. Well, everybody. Matrix was decentralized, right? So there's that. I wonder if a decentralized search engine can be a thing. I don't know. I'm just saying words. AI learning is just a major thing that's some minor privacy. Well, you say that, but where's the explanation for how this law works? Essentially, just having an AI look at your chats on your device or from your device. Fighting for privacy is wasting your time with garbage. What? No. Absolutely fucking not. Mind you, for chat control, politicians are excluded because, well, we know who the main people on Epstein's flight logs are. IPO is, I believe, initial public offering. But yeah, it's going public. It's selling shares for the first time, essentially. Chat control is fucking insane. Like, I'm glad that they postponed it, I believe. I don't believe they fully killed it. And actually, a large part of that was due to Germany, like, literally having it in its constitution that you cannot fucking do that. But they pretty much just postponed it. And it's having AI look at your fucking messages, which is fucking insane. Because you know it is going to be stupid. It is not going to be able to actually detect anything. Why would they do that? The reason that they can do that, and by the way, politicians are exempt, so they're not actually going to be affected by this. The reason to do that is that I may not like the way that you're speaking. I may not like the things that you're doing, and you may not be doing anything illegal. But if the AI flags you for doing something illegal, well, you know, you can fabricate some evidence here and there because AI is unreliable. So, whoops, now you're in jail. Same reason why you need a fucking ID verification to access Wikipedia nowadays in the UK. YouTube doesn't like some of the messages in here. I don't. Let me see what's going on. Literally leaking everything to the public. Yeah, we saw how it works already. Just imagine how it would be for when it's AI powered. I'm not sure what messages you're talking about on YouTube. I'm not seeing anything that was modded away. I mean, if you want your information to be publicly available, feel free to make all your information publicly available. Every single aspect of it. Publish it yourself. Lead by example. You're more than welcome to publish every single chat that you've ever had, every single message, Google search. If you've ever accidentally opened your camera after showering, publish that. I'm not even implying like if you've taken any specific private pictures. No, just straight up if you opened your camera after showering. Like you're in the shower, you come out, you grab your phone, whoops, my hands were a little wet, got on the camera button. Publish that. If you think that the privacy is non-existent, feel free. Publish your ID, your address. All that information is already probably held by someone. Some messages don't show up. The weird thing is that I don't see them. Because normally, at least on Twitch, when people tell me that some messages got modded, they kind of like I can still see them. And I can actually approve those messages. On YouTube, I straight up cannot. Moderation activity is on, but I don't get to see that. Does YouTube think my messages are too spicy? It might just. Also, not using an AI is literally an option. YouTube has a shitty AI filter that just silently hides messages. Yeah, so does Twitch. I've had people come into my chat on Twitch and say the N-word, like the actual word, and they were fine. But then someone calls my dog Blanco y Negro, so black in Spanish, and they get modded because it's not appropriate. Cool. Good job, YouTube. I mean, Twitch. Can you do something for that? Because why the fuck is there... Why can't I even see the moderation that is happening on my chat? You can just switch to live chat, but top chat silently hides messages. Wait, I didn't even realize I was on top chat. Why is that a thing on the stream manager, my brother in Christ? Although it doesn't look particularly different. Oh, Thunder's messages. Oh no, I saw those. Wait, no, okay, I didn't see the ones about hemorrhaging money. Yeah, I think all the messages are showing up at this point. I'm not entirely sure. And not exactly concerned with other people's opinions of me because of me opposing, you know, literal fucking unethical psychopath-led fucking AI. I'm more than okay with people not liking me for that. It's kind of like that, actually. All right, enough moderation. I think all the messages are showing up at the very least on here. And at the very least, I can read them. I'm not sure if what's going on with Top Chat, but YouTube moderation is not exactly the best. All right. Got a lot done today, surprisingly. Damn, your friend really said that and didn't even get. See, you can say that on Twitch, but you cannot say the word negro. Like in Spanish, you cannot say a Spanish word, but you can say the actual N word, which has no meaning outside of being a literal slur. It's such a weird thing with Twitch moderation. Because it's AI driven and unreliable, most likely. Or just plain unreliable, I don't know. That's just rage baiting, yes. That's 15-year-olds, like, yeah. All right. I believe that's, well, there is one more thing I need to do. I don't know if I have the project on here. Yes, I do. This redacted app template. Kind of sad that Mac doesn't have an open with, but you can drag and drop an app into a program to open it. I mean, a folder into a program to open it. Because I want to put a package.info in the template so that you can have a package. And this one will be a little cleaner than what I did in the other project. Because that's just a demo. It's there specifically to make sure that it handles garbage values and whatnot. Okay. Executable name is now really package name. If one is not provided in package.info. Okay. Basic TOML syntax file for packaging package info. Another thing that you need to do is in here, you need to copy the package.info into exec name. Okay, actually, that's a little bit too long. This is technically not allowed. this will be considered the entire name. It has to be like this. App version. And application author UTF 8, well, UTF 9. Damn. Yeah, UTF-8 may not be the most accurate description. Let's just leave it as ASCII. Um, okay, so allows white space and quotation marks for property names and values. And see comments. Will be parsed as so that's a known limitation. We'll keep it like that. That's okay. Unknown values will be ignored. That's correct. Hash and comments are allowed. Any unknown properties or garbage values will be ignored. And this supports it. Good. Technically, you can make a copy and then go into the OS and run. And we should get an hello world. You know, if it doesn't crash, that is. Still not sure why this crash happens. I haven't found a reason. .red? What about it? Wait, why does this crash? Oh shit. .red here, you mean? Yeah, that makes sense. God damn it. Oh, so it's an actual crash of the system. Package info 13. Yeesh. Yeah, I should kind of check that. Kind of, that should work. No, god damn it, it does not. Package info 14 now, so this still crashes. Can that just return 0? No, it still crashes. Still crashes. Package info 14 still crashes. One of the comment lines includes it. Wait, okay, one thing I need to check is that this, really. Yeah, the idea is that if you don't find an equal sign, it should be ignored. But clearly that's not what's happening. Which one of these? I'm assuming it's this one. It's counting all this as the string. So let me get rid of this one. Nah. Forgot to copy. Yeah. Okay, so I can just put a specific exception for this. But I'm not sure what happens if seek doesn't find anything, so let me check real quick. Com and line data. Boop. Console kio.h. Basic TOML syntax file. Basic TOML syntax file. App name ASCII. Oh, it printed the entire thing. No, it printed more than it should have. Let me put a delimiter at the end. That's not what I wanted to do, but that works. Oh no, it ends here. Okay, so that's when it finds it. Then it's printing this. Then it's printing this. Where is that coming from though? I don't understand what these prints are. They don't make a whole lot of sense. Hold on, let me... All right. First line, it's this. Okay. Next line it's, for whatever reason, printing this entire thing until it finds a hash here. Not even these. Why are you printing all that? This keeps getting weirder. Where in the genuine name of fuck are you getting all this stuff? When this is supposed to read from line data, which string from literal length should be making a copy, right? Oh wait, I have Clang now. It is making a copy. We're reading off of a copy of a string. You should absolutely not be able to read more than just one line. I'm just using random values as delimiters, but yeah. This is so weird. I was done. I was just committing everything and thinking it was like I could end the stream, but just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. All right, the line is this. So it translates into this. The line is now, for whatever fucking reason, all of this? Why is this considered an entire line? Oh, is it because it's empty? There's an empty line. So it's printing the entire thing? Because when it advanced, okay, this one moved forward, but then the next line moves from A to B. And then the calculation is this minus this, which is 1. And if this is bigger than this, and the previous version is line, reduce an extra 1, maximum length becomes 0. Okay, I get it. So there's certain lines that shouldn't be processed because they're empty. And I'm currently not doing that. So an empty line, it can handle garbage values before and after the actual values that it expects, but you give it an empty line and it goes crazy. All right, now it actually processes the lines correctly. Line, basic Tamil syntax file info, blah, blah, blah. Looks good. This one's completely empty, so it does nothing. And this one, this is the line. And this, and this. Good. Then on a line that isn't like this when this is empty. Okay. So it'll be, whoops, what the fuck is that? Esther_len is gonna be empty when it's not a comment. Okay. Line, this one is a comment. Okay. This one is a comment, has a value. This one is not a comment, has a value. Okay, good. So okay, so now we skip comments entirely. And it works. And we can go into the redacted app template, bring this back, copy. So that this has the package info with that inside of it. And the system. No, that won't work. If you do app name, it won't work. Let's test it just in case. Okay, let's say that I define it before and after. Okay, so app name, even just in case, let's get rid of that. Let's do name what? Wait, why moderator? Two. Okay, we're gonna make clean again. We're gonna make copy. And actually, we're gonna make clean of this. We're gonna make copy, and we're gonna make run J8 because I don't have 192 cores yet. Maybe next week. That didn't copy it at all. Is it not there? Yeah, it's not there. Did I clean the system after doing this? I'm not sure what happened there. But it works. And it keeps name. Okay, so you can do commented out. No, I'm not sure. What? No, bro, what? This is not the version that I wanted. Yeah, so it didn't get copied over. Okay. Mew name is not what I meant, but shit. Yeah, okay, now it works. So yes, you can put commented out names and stuff. You can do that. Anything that's commented out is going to be ignored. Even if I do this, I believe, because indentation is allowed. Yes. All right. Yes, looks good. I should also implement some like try catch shit, because don't have that. I'm assuming try catch requires some OS level kind of support to not crash the entire system is kind of what I'm trying to do. The problem is what happens when a kernel process ends. I don't really have a point to go back to restart it. So that's kind of a issue. Not even sure how to Google it. No, I believe these exceptions are probably handled by the system itself, not really by the... No, I'm not sure. What happens if I do a try catch? Not even sure on the syntax of it. Does C have try catch? Doesn't support exceptions. Okay. I believe C++ does. And I'm not sure what happens if you have it. Not sure if that requires some library connection to the system. I'm assuming it does because, well, yeah. Not even sure how the syntax for this is supposed to be. Int error code, okay. Cannot use try with exceptions disabled. Oh, well, that explains it. I'm not sure how exceptions are implemented on the libraries side in order to, you know, interface with the system's exceptions or however else they do it. Might be an interesting thing to look into, but not right now. Because yeah, I don't want the launcher to crash your entire system. I also don't want kernel processes from to crash your entire system, but I may not be able to do anything about it for the time being. Because right now I don't have a place that you can go to restart the process entirely. So I'm gonna have to put that in somewhere. But I might be interested in doing that in the future. All right. So with that, I'm gonna commit what I have, which is bada bing, bada boom. What is this file? What? How did I do that? When did I create that file? I don't remember creating that file. Am I using my usual Git syntax? Kind of. All right, so there we have it. You can now use package.info. Can be used. It's optional, entirely optional, but nice to have. I don't plan on having icons anytime soon because I'm the icon. No, because need to remove a bunch of logs from here. Because if I make modifications to the launcher, then I'm going to have to make modifications to the icons. And I don't think it makes sense to bother with that until I have defined the user interface of my system a little bit better. So that's going to take a little bit. It could be simple to introduce icons and whatnot, especially now that we have PNG. That's a possibility. But yeah, maybe not PNG. Maybe like a simple BMP would be enough. or a ICNS file like Apple does. Do they still use that format? Yeah, ICNS, which is essentially just a bunch of images put together in different sizes. I have to admit, I never understood the point when you could just resize the image yourself, like in the system, but yeah, whatever. Probably not going to do that. It's just going to be one image. It's going to be a BMP or, yeah, probably a BMP. Standard size, that's it. But I haven't decided what that size is going to be. I'm going to have to change it. So for the time being, no icons, but we'll have them soon. It's a thing to think about. All right, that's it for Sunday's stream. So tomorrow's stream normally would be scheduled for an hour from now. I mean, not an hour, a day from now. Exactly a day from now and 9 minutes ago, I guess, but that doesn't really matter. So 8:30 p.m. CET, no longer S. It is no longer summertime. And I'm not a summer person, so I don't really have summertime sadness. I have fall-time happiness, if that's a thing. But I'm considering moving my stream an hour earlier during weekdays. Not entirely sure if I should or not. Because right now I have like 2 hours and a half between the time that I finish working and the time that I stream, which is not enough time to, I don't know, go out and get a coffee with someone, do a lot of chores, even watch a movie. It's usually not enough time for that. It's enough time to do something like walk Jester, buy groceries, cook dinner. But it's still like too much time for that. It's too much time for that and not enough time for other stuff. So I might just start streaming an hour earlier. I'm not sure, but yes, this is the end of the stream for today. I guess I'll schedule it tomorrow. Let's do this. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to schedule it for an hour earlier. So tomorrow it's going to be at 7:30 p.m. CET, which is 6:30 London time. And 2:30 New York time. And 12:30 a.m. Tuesday in New Delhi time. If I read those clocks correctly, which I wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. If I like it, if I feel like I have too much time. No, if I feel like I don't have enough time, I mean. If I get harassed by my landlady and I'm late to my own stream, which almost happened once, and I told the story about the water bill. So it might happen again tomorrow. But yeah, I'll be here at the time of the stream. That's not gonna be a problem. But yeah, I will consider. Tomorrow I'm gonna do an hour earlier to see how I like it. And then my Friday and Monday streams might go an hour earlier for European time, or the same time for anyone who doesn't have daylight savings. I'm not sure. It's comparatively the same time. And in about a week or so, it's going to change for North America. It's daylight savings is a fucking mess. I don't know what to say. DFS and Redacted OS cannot really write to disk. No, there's very few places where you can write. Disk is not one of them. Pretty much console and audio are the two places where the file system can write to. But those are virtual file system things. They're not actual file system. All right. So daylight savings is a mess. My stream is going to be an hour earlier for European people tomorrow, or the same exact time for everyone else. But a week from now, it's going to be an hour earlier for Americans too. I mean the continent, but only the part that observes daylight savings. So I usually schedule my streams. Stay tuned for that. And tomorrow also I will ping manually an hour before. The file system looks quite less. Yeah, I haven't bothered with the file system writing. And a large reason for that is that currently all the file system is FAT32. And that's the boot partition of the Raspberry Pi. It's not really something I want to write to. Although, if I want to let you install programs on it, I probably should. Because right now, the only way to install a program on an actual hardware is to take the SD card out, put it into your computer, copy it over there, and then put it into the Raspberry Pi. If I want to do like a package repository or something like that, then you will need to be you will need to be able to write to the file system. But should I just start supporting ext? I don't know how difficult that is to do. Should I just create my own file system? I don't think I have the necessary experience for that, but maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided. I guess we'll see. Again, I'm going to start thinking about system architecture, distributed system, all of that stuff in November. So we'll see then. Because like I said, another thing that I do plan on doing is allowing you to bridge the gap with the functionality that I don't support with a distributed system, especially distributed file system. So if you want to save information, you can save it to a file that's mapped to a different computer in a way. And that different computer, I don't have to write the driver because it's just like a server running on that computer. But that is a thing that I'm planning on doing, but I haven't fully decided how it's going to be. I guess there's not much to decide. It's just a matter of implementing and fucking going for it. I guess we'll see. Okay, that's it for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I will see you tomorrow, 1 hour earlier for the Europeans, same time for everyone else.